The story begins with the fact that the child got lost in the forest. The boy was quite frightened, but he was looking for his brother. The girl who was nearby understood that the boy was lost and could not find a way out of the forest. Normally, the girl would think so and help the boy find his parents. But at this moment, she could not do anything. After all, the boy was covered in blood. Besides, this child should never appear here. The boy had a coat of arms on his clothes. The events took place 3 years ago. The girl was simply obsessed with the novel I Am the Duke's Wife by Contract. She constantly read it and already knew it by heart. The girl knew this scene, this truck well. She had seen and read something similar many times. It was a tragic accident that often appeared in romantic fantasy novels. It was hard to believe, but that was how her life in Korea ended. The girl's soul moved to another dimension, into the body of the young daughter of a village baron. The girl did not understand this immediately. She looked at herself in the mirror with interest. The girl was now called Charlotte Lanaya, but she was never mentioned in the original novel, only in extra sections where she appeared for a moment. But Charlotte did not appear in the main story. The girl was quite happy that she was now in the body of a beautiful aristocrat. She considered herself very lucky. After all, if she became the main character, she would have to suffer through all kinds of complicated relationships, cunning schemes, and love intrigues. She was sure that she would live quietly and peacefully. As a rule, the main characters are given a fatal ending. So the girl was glad that she was in this body. Getting into this body was a godsend, but she just found the younger brother of the main character, a man. The girl was confused because the boy was crying a lot. Charlotte showed concern and approached the baby. She tried to find out if everything was okay with the child. The young man who came running was glad to find Charlotte because he had been looking for her everywhere. Charlotte tried to explain to the boy that it was hardly the child's blood. Perhaps this is the blood of the knight who accompanied the boy. Charlotte assumed that Sir Caesar was the kid's brother. Charlotte Lania asked the boy to search the forest. The lady was sure that she could not know that it was the coat of arms of Duke Heinz, but she could not understand why the child was here, so far away in such a wilderness. Trying to calm the child, she took the boy in her arms. The boy ran to Charlotte and said he thought they were being attacked. One of the men lying on the ground looked like a man from the Hanst estate. 4 more bodies in black cloaks were also lying nearby. They looked like killers. A worried Charlotte decided it was an assassination attempt. The girl was scared. Holding her child tightly, Charlotte Lania realized with horror that this was an attempt on Theodore Heinz. Charlotte remembered the original story. I Am the Duke's Wife by Contract begins with the main character crying at the funeral of his younger brother and promises to take revenge on whoever dared to do this. The main character mercilessly killed everyone who was involved in this murder. It turns out that it happened again, and it is necessary to convey to him that Charlotte's family is of no use here. Otherwise, death will be inevitable. Charlotte informed Sir Caesar that she would return to the estate with the child, and it would be necessary to prepare a room for the baby. The servants were frightened, but could not believe their eyes. Because Charlotte came with a child covered in blood, they started shouting for someone to bring a doctor. Charlotte, trying to calm the servants, explained that the blood was not hers and not the child's. But she said that a doctor's consultation would not hurt. The lady asked the servants where mother and nanny were. The girl did not know how to explain everything to her mother. The lady informed the servant that the child would stay with them for a while and asked everyone to provide for the child. Charlotte understood that if they did something wrong, their family would be destroyed. Charlotte went into her mother's room. The woman calmly played the piano. The servant was standing nearby. But as soon as the women saw Charlotte, their surprise knew no bounds. The girl was holding a child in her arms, and besides that there was blood on both of them. The mother was confused, and the maid who was holding the roses dropped them on the floor. Charlotte told the women how everything was. The girl offered to send a message to Duke Heinz first, and until he came, it was necessary to shelter the child. The lady said confidently that she would ask Sir Caesar to investigate the incident. It was necessary to prove to the Duke that they were not guilty. Charlotte's mother said she was sorry her father and brother were now gone. The lady promised that she would personally check everything. Charlotte's mother decided that the baby was shocked and scared. It was decided to prepare something delicious for the child and decorate the guest room. The maid took the baby to bed. The lady was satisfied that everyone around her understood the appearance of a child in the house. It was decided that the nanny would take care of the baby for a while. This time, when Charlotte met this child, she could not have thought that her life would be turned upside down. Meanwhile, the Heinst estate was in chaos. No one could figure out where Theo had gone. Duke Heinst was very upset because he promised his late parents that he would take care of his younger brother. In one moment, the Duke's assistant literally burst into his office. The man held a message from Charlotte Lanya in his hand. He quickly opened the letter and began to read. After reading, the Duke decided to immediately go to Lanya's estate. He was shocked by such news, but decided that there was no need to lose a moment. The young man came to the lady and said that he dealt with the bodies that were found in the forest. Unfortunately, there were no signs of those who escaped. Charlotte was surprised because based on the original, Theo was supposed to die there. There were absolutely no signs that anyone had escaped. It turns out that none of the killers ran away and did not pursue anyone. It was unclear how they died. The servant boy told the lady one more piece of news. In his opinion, most likely the reason for the death of the guards was not the killers. There was no fatal wound on the deceased. It turns out that they had no reason to die suddenly. But there is one but. Traces of mana were found around the scene. By all indications, a mage was involved. The situation was worse than Charlotte thought. Had he been a common murderer, Sir Caesar would have dealt with him. Since this is a mage, everything is much more complicated. Charlotte ordered the boy to summon a mage from a nearby estate. The young man explained that these would be additional costs, but the lady said that he is not for fighting, because they cannot bury everyone. Therefore, it is necessary to preserve the bodies. The boy tried to explain that hiring a magician would be quite expensive, but Charlotte just smiled and said that their family had enough money. The lady had an idea. She offered to sell a necklace with earrings. The young man understood that jewelry is quite expensive for a girl because it is a coming-of-age gift from her parents. Charlotte assured that she is ready to give it away because her family and estate are much more precious to her. The young people heard Theo's voice. The lady asked the nanny if they were all right. The kid called Charlotte a sister and rushed into her arms. The girl was very pleased, but she did not understand what had happened. The nanny explained that she tried to buy the child, but for some reason he hides his face. Theo was afraid of swimming and did not want to do it. Charlotte gently hugged the baby and calmed him down. He looked so small and defenseless. The girl decided to help the nanny buy Theo. Next to Charlotte, the baby felt protected and stopped bleeding. The girl saw a strange mark on the baby's back. The bought baby felt much better. He was holding a plush kitten tightly in his hands. Charlotte offered Theo to read a book about the times when the great wizard William lived. The girl read a book to the baby in a calm and gentle voice, and he listened with interest and tried to repeat the words. As it turned out, the book was quite not for children. It was about a fight with a terrible dragon, and about how Selena's girlfriend disappeared without a trace. Charlotte thought that it was probably not worth reading such a book to a child. She still continued because the kid was listening attentively. The book also said that William, who had lost his girlfriend, gradually lost his mind and then fell ill, but not a single doctor could give him the correct diagnosis. William was getting worse and worse. When Selena arrived, she leaned over William, her tears glistening as they touched his cheeks. Oh wonder, he woke up, and they lived happily ever after. A miracle happened. The baby sweetly fell asleep to such a strange and not childish story. Charlotte was glad to meet this little boy. She looked at him tenderly and stroked his hair. Charlotte looked at Theo. The girl was worried because she had saved him, and now she was responsible for him. She was not surprised that the boy did not want to bathe because he did not know any of these people. The lady remembered the drawing on the baby's back. She wasn't sure if people from the Heinst family had such marks on their bodies. Someone knocked on the door. It was Emma's maid. Emma asked Charlotte to come downstairs as Viscount Rothen had arrived. As it turned out, he made a lot of noise. This man seems to be drunk, but Sir Caesar is not at the estate now. Charlotte was upset and did not want to see him. Still, she had to go downstairs, because this man will not leave just like that. Suddenly, little Theo woke up and started calling for what he thought was his sister. Charlotte, accompanied by servants, went down to this insolent man. She didn't understand why he decided to come and make a fuss at such a late hour. Viscount Rothen said he just wanted to see you. The man wondered if Charlotte had already thought about his proposal. The girl gloomily answered that not yet. The man did not understand what to think here. He said that by accepting his offer, she would become the Viscount's wife and also be able to say goodbye to the debts for the Lanya territory. Charlotte told the man that he could not worry, because she would pay off the debts herself in time. Even if she could not, she would not be his wife. Charlotte angrily said that she had a head on her shoulders and did not want to marry him. Viscount Rothen did not like this answer. The man called the lady arrogant and waved his hand at her. Suddenly, little Theo ran up to Charlotte. The kid stood in front of her, as if protecting her. Theo began to shout for the man not to touch his sister and called the Viscount a bad uncle. Viscount Rothen just laughed, but little Theo was determined. The man did not understand what was happening because his hand suddenly started to hurt. The angry man said that he would not forgive Charlotte for today's situation. He told her to wait because there were only 2 days left. Viscount Rothen threatened Charlotte and said that payment should be made in 2 days. The angry man left the estate, slamming the door. The girl asked Theo why he was awake. The kid said that he missed her very much. Charlotte's heart felt warm and pleasant. Little Theo said that he misses Charlotte all the time when she is not around. The girl noticed that Theo had a very strange ability. Smiling, she said that when he smiled, all her worries disappeared. The lady offered the baby to go to a warm cot. Theo held out his little hand to Charlotte, but in one moment the boy fell unconscious on the floor. The girl burst into tears and blamed herself for not taking enough care of the child. Theo and his kitten lay in a warm bed. Charlotte sat next to him and prayed that the baby would recover as soon as possible. The maid offered the lady to go to her room and rest, because she takes all the care upon herself. The doctor came. He could not find out the reason why the child lost consciousness. Charlotte was very worried about the little boy. In the corridor, the girl met the nanny. She was crying and scared. Charlotte simply had no face. She was afraid to hear what was the reason for the nanny's concern. It turns out that little Theo was not getting better at all, but on the contrary, it was getting worse and worse. The frightened maid asked Charlotte what she should do. The doctor said that Theo would have a hard time getting through the night. Theo had a high fever. The lady touched Theo and felt how hot he was. Charlotte managed to bond with the boy, and it was difficult for her to realize that the child was so sick right now. Charlotte asked the baby to get well soon, and tomorrow they would definitely play in the garden and look after the kittens. She tearfully apologized and scolded herself for not spending much time with him. Theo opened his beautiful eyes and asked where Charlotte went. The girl apologized and promised that she would not go anywhere else. Tears dripped from her eyes. The kid asked if the bad uncle would not come again. The girl replied that he should not worry because this man will not return. Theo promised that he would protect Charlotte in case of anything. The girl gently said that there was no need to look after her. It is she who must protect him, the little one. Charlotte scolded herself for the fact that she was the one with this boy, because she is not capable of anything. Charlotte lay down next to Theo and fell asleep. She did not understand why she felt tired and sleepy right after sleeping. The girl gently touched Theo's forehead, and it was no longer so hot. Theo got better. Not immediately, but surely the medicine worked. The girl's mood immediately rose. The baby woke up and she carefully asked if he was better and if he was in pain. Theo threw himself into Charlotte's arms and said he wanted pudding. The happy girl took Theo's hand and they went to get pudding. They also went to look at the kittens. Charlotte couldn't believe that the boy had gotten better so quickly. He looked perfectly healthy. The doctor who examined the boy was surprised that the child was doing well. Medicines, to a greater extent, should have left the consequences behind, but somehow this did not happen. This was the first time in the doctor's practice. Charlotte and Theo were sitting in the kitchen. Emma came and informed that Duke Heinz had arrived. The girl was a little excited. Theo seemed to feel it and asked if she was in pain. The maid suggested that Charlotte go into the room and leave everything to them, but the girl explained that her father was not at the estate and she had to be present on his behalf. Holding Theo in her arms, Charlotte went down to meet the Duke. As Theo referred to the man as her brother, Charlotte realized that he was Duke Heinz's second son, Carlisle Heinz. The kid held out his arms and Charlotte handed him to Carlisle. Theo asked his brother where he was. The man noticed that the child looked tired. He decided that the kid was very worried. Charlotte had read in the novel that this man was quite ruthless. Theo told how he had a good time with Charlotte. The man, however, looked at the girl with a stern look. He had such eyes. The description in the novel did not deceive. Carlisle Heinst is a wild wolf. Charlotte politely introduced herself. The girl understood that the man made sure that Theo was safe and hoped that he would not shift the responsibility to them. This question touched Charlotte's territory, and the girl was very worried. The man sincerely thanked the girl for taking care of Theo. He said that the Heinst family will not forget this and will definitely repay them. The girl, in turn, promised that she would help them in the investigation. The man thanked in return. Carlisle called out to Theo, saying they were going home. The stubborn kid insisted that Charlotte go with them. Carlisle objected and said that they would go just the two of them. The man tried to explain to the child that his sister lives here and this is her home. But Theo did not want to listen to anything. He said he wasn't going anywhere. Unexpectedly, he told Carlisle that he hated him. Charlotte tried to convince Theo that he needed to go home. Then the kid started screaming that he hated them both. Carlisle tried to calm the child down. In an instant, Theo fell to the floor. Frightened, Charlotte began to call for help. A doctor was urgently needed. No one understood what was happening because the baby stopped breathing. Carlisle suddenly took Charlotte's hand. The girl was worried, but the man knew what he was doing. Surprised, Charlotte looked at her hand. She was scared because her arms were glowing while she was hugging Theo. When Carlisle took the girl's hand, the same thing happened. In any case, it's good that everything is fine. But this had never happened before. Charlotte was puzzled because there was no such thing in the novel. Obviously, something went wrong. Charlotte thought for a moment because when she first drank here, she could remember all the events from the novel, but not all of them now. The baby was lying in bed, and Charlotte was sitting next to him caringly. Carlisle entered the room. The man was very worried about the child because Theo was not feeling well. The Duke gently touched Theo's forehead with his strong yet gentle hand. Charlotte assured Carlisle that the doctor had taken care of everything and there was no need to worry. All bad things are already behind. According to the doctor, the baby recovered thanks to Charlotte, but she did not understand anything. Why so? Carlisle looked at Charlotte with his stern yet grateful gaze. The Duke asked Charlotte if she had ever heard of a suitable person. The girl had no idea what he was talking about. At this moment, Charlotte was able to feel an unusual sensation. It was a kind of dangerous signal that she might change the original novella. In the short story, I Am the Duke's Wife by Contract, events take place in a magical world. People use innate mana to cast spells. It's hard, so you need to learn mana control first. These people are called Rosetto. They inherited the blood of the first incredibly strong generation of mages, so their power was very strong, but they had a fatal flaw. Mana exploded if they didn't get enough training. Due to this, their body temperature rose, and in case of a mistake, they died like time bombs. Theo was an example of such a case. Now Charlotte understood why Theo was periodically sick. Carlisle and Charlotte came to the conclusion that Theo is a rosette. There were no traces of magic on the slain men, maybe because Theo's mana exploded. The image on Theo's back is the rosette symbol. Charlotte could not believe that she was a suitable person. It turns out, Charlotte, a necessity for a rosette that cannot control mana. There are too many coincidences to refute everything. Charlotte was upset because she was not allowed to live in peace, so she was dragged into the problems of the main character. Carlisle, considering the situation, decided to offer something to Charlotte. Until Theo learns how to control his mana, he needs Charlotte. The man offered the girl to become the Duchess of Heinst. The evening has come. Charlotte was lying next to Theo, who was sleeping soundly. She thought about Carlisle's suggestion. The girl did not know how to be in such a situation. Is it worth marrying a stranger? Charlotte believed that she was unworthy to become a duchess. The girl thought of becoming Theo's teacher. Carlisle thought for a moment. He explained that the teacher could not walk with the Knights of Heinst. There were many thoughts in Charlotte's head. The girl understood that Theo was attacked, and it is not known when it might happen again. The girl came to the opinion that it is difficult to find the right person. Charlotte believed that those around them would misunderstand them because they met for the first time. Carlyle's face changed, his gaze became sterner, and he once again insisted that Charlotte be his wife. The Duke patiently said that as long as the girl was a duchess, she could do whatever she wanted. He explained to Charlotte that if she didn't agree to help, Theo's mana might explode again. Carlyle was desperate because Charlotte was currently his only chance to save Theo. The man was ready to pay her a fair amount of money. Charlotte still asked for time to think. The Duke was about to write the contract and once again asked Charlotte to think it over. The girl did not know what decision to make, but she cannot help but protect the baby. The contract was drawn up. It was supposed to last 5 years. Carlyle Heinst will pay Charlotte Lania 50,000 gold bars each year. The girl was shocked by such a huge amount of payment. Even after paying Viscount Rothen's debt, she would still have 45,000 ingots left. Charlotte understood that this money would help people live in comfort, because she would definitely help them. The contract also stated that Charlotte Lania and Carlyle Heinst would live as a married couple for the duration of the contract. Besides, Charlotte Lania will have to worry about Theodore Heinst. During this short time, Charlotte managed to get very attached to the baby. She worried that his mana might explode again. Little Theo woke up and checked to see if his sister was next to him. The boy was worried because Charlotte was awake, and it was night outside. The girl explained that she was awakened by terrible dreams. Little Theo tightly hugged the girl's hand and said that he would protect her from terrible dreams. Charlotte was incredibly pleased that such a small child was worrying and taking care of her. Charlotte felt in her heart that she knew the answer to this proposal from the beginning. Tenderly hugging the baby, she decided to inform the Duke about it. In the morning, over a cup of hot tea, a smiling Charlotte gave the Duke a positive answer. Carlyle was happy because his little brother would be in safe hands. Charlotte said she has several conditions. First, she does not want to get married. Carlyle was surprised. He asked if she was going to sign a contract without a wedding. That girl said that they would start with an engagement. Charlotte said their families had never been in contact before. Others will think that this is all very strange. That's why you need to get engaged first, and then have a wedding. Carlyle said excitedly that they weren't delaying anything. He knew that the duration of the engagement was a year, and they can't wait that long. Charlotte said that she knows all the nuances of engagement. The girl knew that when a year passed, the Duke would no longer need her because the main character of the novel, Penelope, would appear. As far as Charlotte remembered, Penelope was due 6 months after the attack on Theo. She and the Duke will meet at a banquet that will be held in the palace. Penelope will stumble and fall into her hands. After the spontaneous hug, everything inside Carlyle tightens. Before that, the man suffered because he was a Rosetto. If only Carlyle had known that he was Rosetto, maybe it wouldn't hurt so much. Carlyle grabbed Charlotte's hand and asked if she was listening to him at all. The girl realized that she was thinking about herself and did not listen to her husband at all. Still grateful, Carlyle agreed to the engagement. He said that in a year, in the fall, they will play a wedding. Charlotte wanted to talk about one more point of the condition. The girl insisted that if the need for the contract disappears, it can be terminated immediately. The Duke meekly agreed. They both took the ink and signed the contract. Charlotte now had another task. She needed to think about how she should tell her parents. The girl's father is due to arrive at the estate tonight. Carlyle decided that Charlotte's father would be happy to learn of his daughter's engagement. Charlotte just laughed and refuted her husband's thoughts. Her father has no desire for power and loves his daughter more than anything in the world. Carlyle was amazed because the overwhelming majority of people wanted power. Charlotte asked the Duke if he had been to the National Foundation ceremony 2 years ago. The girl explained that 2 years ago she was in the capital at this ceremony. She asked the Duke whether they sometimes saw each other there. The man said that he remembered her, but they did not communicate. Charlotte reported that she had found and kept the thing that he had lost that day. The Duke listened attentively. The girl realized that it was the same man from the ceremony the day Carlyle came to get Theo, but the man had no idea what he could lose. Charlotte placed the necklace on the table. The man carefully took it in his hands and said that no one but him knew about the existence of this necklace. It turned out that the Duke had another part of the necklace. Carlyle, with gratitude, gently shook the girl's hand. The man had a strange feeling after shaking hands with Charlotte. Charlotte's father arrived at the estate. The girl ran into her father's arms because she missed him. They haven't seen each other for so long. She carefully suggested that her father take a break from the road. The father told Charlotte that he would soon get rid of his debts to the Viscount, and this terrible man would no longer bother her. At this awkward moment, the Viscount himself entered the room. The man was angry at what he heard, but he asked about the debt in a calm and balanced voice. When are they going to return it? Charlotte's father silently handed the check to the Viscount. In total, with percentages, it was 5,500 gold bars. Charlotte could not believe her eyes. How did the father manage to collect so many ingots in such a short time? The Viscount was surprised, but he had nothing to answer. On Charlotte's tip, father found minerals in the south and invested in them. Dividends were not long in coming. The man did not want the Viscount to bother his daughter. Since the debt was paid, the father felt at peace. The Viscount was incredibly angry. He clenched the check in his fist and began to crumple it. Suddenly, the ill-mannered Viscount grabbed the Baron by the clothes and said that he was tired of being treated with arrogance. The insolent man pushed the Baron. Charlotte rushed to her father. The Viscount could not believe that the Baron had earned 5,500 bullion in such a short time. He believed that they wanted to deceive him. The Viscount continued to shout at Charlotte and her father. The man shouted that he would not just leave it like that. Carlyle overheard this unpleasant conversation. The Duke was indignant that someone would dare to speak so rudely to his bride. The Viscount seemed to have water in his mouth. The man could not believe his ears. He could not even think that this woman would soon become a duchess. The Baron stood with wide eyes. He demanded immediate explanations from his daughter. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Charlotte did not know the right way to tell her father. She wanted to fall through the ground. Herzog sat in the room and read the documentation. He was wondering why everyone was looking at him very strangely since yesterday. Chase, who was standing nearby, noted that Karl had quickly adapted to the Lania manner. Chase is the Duke's assistant. He arrived at the estate only today. The man brought Carlyle documents about the investigation of the Baron's family. Karl, while reading, thought, "From the very beginning, this is a poor family living in an empty village. And the main thing is that Baron Lania loves his daughter very much." Carlyle, Charlotte, and her father sat down at the table. The Baron wanted to know all the details of the acquaintance of young people. The newlyweds said that they met in the capital. Charlotte showed her father the necklace she had once told him about. Also, the girl happily said that the Duke had the other half of this necklace. The Baron discreetly and attentively listened to his daughter. The man asked Carlyle if he had real and strong feelings for his daughter. The newlyweds confirmed that they love each other. The Duke was quite determined, so he told the Baron that he needed his daughter very much. The Duke assured the Baron that he would not allow the bride to regret her decision. The man said it quite convincingly. The father had no choice but to ask his daughter if she would regret her choice. Charlotte smiled and answered that never. Chase also tried to convince the Duke that he was rushing the engagement. Carlyle was very worried about Theo, so he was ready to take any step. Until now, it was not known who committed the attack. Chase tried to explain to the Duke that the engagement was an important event and should not be rushed. The Duke was convinced that even if this family was involved in the attempt, he would be able to keep Lania with him, and in the end, subjugate him. Carlyle did not understand some points about the sapphire necklace. Charlotte gave away the jewels to hire mages. The family was in a difficult situation, as Lania was in debt to Viscount Rothen. The family could have paid off their debts with this necklace, but for some reason they didn't. Chase said that according to the maid, the lady wanted to do that, but the Baroness had talked her out of this crazy idea. This precious item is passed down from generation to generation at a coming-of-age ceremony. She is probably very valuable to the lady. It was not clear why this thing was sold for the sake of a random child and dead knights. The Duke ordered Chase to immediately find this precious necklace at any cost. The man understood that it was too valuable for Charlotte. He wanted to please Charlotte and give back what was rightfully hers. The Duke sat thoughtfully in his chair and thought of Charlotte. This girl told her father that he was special, and she said it as if there was nothing to be afraid of. Her eyes are so innocent. Charlotte is ready to give a thing dear to her heart for the sake of some child. This girl had no reason to participate in the attempt, but the Duke could not believe that she was doing all this just like that. Although Charlotte seemed sincere and kind, he did not know her well enough. Herzog periodically experienced severe attacks of pain. The man thought that when he found Theo, his pain would stop. He noted that the pain disappeared once. It was the day he took Charlotte's hand. In those few seconds, it was incredibly easy for Carlyle. It was obvious to the Duke why Theo had gotten better. But why did he get better himself? The Duke was quite tired from fatigue and a huge number of thoughts. Carlyle heard Theo say something happily. The man opened the curtains and saw his brother and Charlotte outside, who looked quite happy. The girl showed Theo space flowers. The lady wove a bracelet for Theo with her magical hands. The child felt calm and happy. Carlyle heard strange noises. It was a falling vase that flew right at Theo. The man began to scream loudly because he could not do anything himself. Charlotte immediately jumped up and ran to the baby. Fortunately, the girl managed to grab and hug the child tightly. The boy was lucky he was not hurt, but Charlotte got a good shot in the head. Charlotte was in quite a bit of pain. Blood was pouring from her head, but despite everything, she was glad that Theo was safe and sound. Carlyle carried the bride into the room. The man ordered to call a doctor immediately. An exhausted Charlotte lay in bed. Little Theo came to ask how his little sister was doing. He was very worried about Charlotte because she did not look well. The girl turned off immediately after the impact. Charlotte reassured the baby and said that she was fine and not to worry. The girl got up and sat on the bed, and little Theo hugged her hand tightly. When Charlotte was being treated, Carlyle kept holding her hand. The man explained that they should hold hands until the treatment was over. The Duke was grateful to the girl that she saved his little brother. The man decided that it would be better to go to the capital in the near future. He asked Charlotte to get ready to leave. The girl was quite pleased that her husband was worried about her, although the Duke probably just wants to get Theo to safety. Charlotte began to feel much better. She began to smile and encourage Theo. The girl revealed the secret that she got better when little Theo blew on her wound. The kid was very happy to hear such warm words. His eyes lit up, and he rushed into the arms of his beloved sister. The servants came to tell Charlotte that it was time to leave. The girl sincerely thanked Amy and said that she would return in 6 months. Charlotte felt sad and insecure. Despite everything, the girl convinced herself that everything would be fine. The mother and father came to wish their daughter a successful and safe journey. The parents wished Charlotte only happiness, but it was quite difficult for them to let their child go. When Charlotte went outside, her mother threw herself into her father's arms and wept bitterly. The woman understood that without her beloved daughter, the house would be so empty and lonely. Theo was very happy because his favorite sister was going with him. Chase, holding the chest in his hands, approached Charlotte. Opening it, Charlotte saw her jewels. The girl's joy knew no bounds. Carlyle said that he had found a necklace especially for the girl. The lady had tears in her eyes. She was very touched by such an act. At one time, Charlotte's family made great efforts to give their daughter such jewels. It was these decorations that allowed the girl to live as Charlotte Lania. She thought she would never see them again. Charlotte was very grateful to her fiancé. It was an unexpected act. Charlotte could not calm down from the crazy rush of emotions. Carlyle said bravely that he only did what he had to do. Charlotte thanked him again. The girl's eyes shone with joy and happiness. Carlyle, Charlotte, and little Theo got into the carriage and set off. The happy kid asked his sister if she would live with him. Charlotte smiled and nodded. The girl tightly held the chest in which there were jewels. The lady thought about what kind of life would await her in the capital. Still, the girl was calm, because she has a family to which she can always return, and she knew that she would definitely return, no matter what happened. The night has come. Little Theo was sleeping on Charlotte's lap. The girl felt that something strange was happening. The lady remembered how the pot suddenly began to fall on Theo's head. Also, Theo almost suffocated when he ate the cookies. Things that have happened with Theo lately have been quite suspicious. Charlotte didn't understand why Theo was in danger everywhere. Maybe it's because he should have died but survived. It was Charlotte who saved the child from death. In the novel, it is written that Theo died. Maybe that's why such creepy things happened to him. Today's fate of Theo was very different from the original. No matter what, Charlotte couldn't let the baby die. Theo is an ordinary child who dreams of tomorrow. Theo is not a toy to wake up Carlisle. Finally, the carriage arrived at its destination. Charlotte joyfully woke up the baby and said that they were already home. Carlisle wanted to take the baby in his arms, but Theo didn't want to. He hugged Charlotte tightly and wanted to walk beside her. Charlotte became more and more convinced that Carlisle loved his younger brother very much. Although he looks like a strict man, there is also a place for love in his heart. Charlotte, Carlisle, and Theo approached the manor gate. The lady saw this for the first time. The Duke held out his hand to the bride. It was necessary to hold hands so that it would not happen that the girl and Theo would end up somewhere wrong. Charlotte was embarrassed, but she saw nothing wrong with them holding hands for a moment. Now everything has officially begun. Time to dive into the original story. Little Theo hastened to show his sister his room. Charlotte said that the boy's room is simply wonderful. The kid wanted to make a surprise for Charlotte. The boy gave his sister a cute teddy bear. The lady thought for a moment because the Duke's family would not buy such an ordinary toy for a child. It seemed to Charlotte that somewhere she had already seen this bear. It turns out that the little brother gave the kid this toy. The girl quickly dispelled her strange thoughts, because there are many identical bears. Someone knocked on Theo's room. It was Ayn, the magician of the Hanst family. The man came to examine Charlotte because she had a wound on her head. The mage carefully removed the plaster. He lightly touched Charlotte's forehead, and in an instant the wound disappeared. The surprised girl thanked. The magician also asked Theo if he was not in pain. The boy replied that nothing. Ayn told the kid that he was fine thanks to Charlotte. The magician already knew that Charlotte was a suitable person. The girl, seizing the moment, asked if the man could teach her how to control mana. Charlotte knew that Ayn is a person who knows how to stabilize mana. Charlotte did not want to become a mage, but she asked if there was a way to gather her power. The lady remembered from the original novel how Penelope gathered her power and turned it into a magical stone. The girl explained that Carlisle would be fine with the baby, even being away from Charlotte. Ayn didn't know if he would succeed, but he said he would try to help her. He asked to be given 3 days to discuss everything with the Duke. The magician was not against starting now, but little Theo was a little in the way. The tired baby went to bed with his teddy bear. Emma, the maid, burst into the room. She said that the Heinst family had done something. The servant simply pushed Charlotte out of the room and dragged her along. Arriving at the place, Charlotte was amazed because she saw a huge number of elegant and expensive dresses. There were also many jewelry boxes nearby. It was Charlotte's new room. The servants bustled about the room from such beauty. They were amazed at the number of charming dresses and jewels. Only Charlotte reacted quite calmly. She thought it was a little too much for a relationship that was under contract and would end one day. But if Charlotte was really in love with a man, she would be incredibly happy. Charlotte warned Emma that she would be out for a while. The maid was surprised because it was quite late. Charlotte saw the butler and decided to ask where Carlisle was. It turned out that the Duke was now with his assistant, Mr. Chase. Robert asked the girl if she needed anything. Charlotte awkwardly replied that everything was fine. The girl understood that she did not deserve all this. The lady asked Robert when Carlisle would return. She needed to discuss something with him. Charlotte decided she wanted to see the priest as soon as possible. Lady wanted to understand why Theo was in trouble, and for this she believed it is necessary to ask God's governor. Charlotte told Robert that she wanted to wish Theo and the Duke happiness. After thinking about it, the butler said he would arrange a meeting with the priest this week. It seemed to Charlotte that she was too much like a girl who was head over heels in love, but it was not important to her. The main thing now is Theo. Charlotte was approached by a girl whom she had seen for the first time. It was Irina Renaer. She bowed to Charlotte and said that from now on she would help her in everything. Since Carlisle became the head of the family, a woman was appointed manager of this estate. Irina grabbed Charlotte's hand and led her to look around the house. The girls walked down the corridor. In one of the rooms to which Irina pointed, there were family heirlooms of Hengst. In general, Irina said Renair, but Charlotte understood what was being said. This room was closed, but Irina said that they could go in if Charlotte wanted it. The atmosphere in this room is completely different than with Assistant Chase. Charlotte thought for a moment. Irina, smiling, said that she knew what the lady was thinking about. She assumed that Charlotte was thinking about her relationship with Chase. The lady guessed. That was what Charlotte was thinking about right now. As it turned out, Chase is Irina's husband. She is a baroness. Charlotte was quite surprised but did not show it. After all, she was sure that they were brother and sister. Irina was interested in how Charlotte met the Duke. Carlyle had never been interested in girls in his entire life, and now suddenly he was engaged to such a beauty. Irina looked at Charlotte with incomprehension. The lady was a little confused because for some reason everyone was interested in this question. Charlotte couldn't tell it wasn't real. The answer to this question was prepared in advance. Charlotte began to say that she and Carlyle had met at a national ceremony. That was 2 years ago. They literally crashed into each other. At that moment, the locket, which Charlotte still had, fell out of the Duke's hand. Irina listened with interest to everything the girl said. Charlotte said that they just knew each other and now they met again thanks to Theo, as if fate arranged it that way. It seemed to Charlotte that Irina found this story strange. How difficult it is to deceive people. But Irina clapped her hands and said that it was like a story from a novel. Irina started asking a lot of questions. She was interested in all the details. Charlotte Lish added that they do not yet know each other well enough and will get to know each other better over time. Irina's eyes lit up, and she promised Charlotte that she would help her learn many interesting little things about the Duke, but Charlotte was not very happy with such an offer. Irina suggested that Charlotte and Carlyle go together to the national ceremony, which will take place very soon. The manager also said that being in such an atmosphere, the newlyweds will remember their first meeting. The woman squeezed Charlotte's hand, which held the pendant. She repeated once again that it was a great idea. Chase came into Carlyle's room. The man handed the Duke a bloody handkerchief and said that this was the last witness. Chase dealt with him as Carlyle instructed. The Duke sternly told him that he would be fine even if the man killed him. After all, he knew absolutely nothing. Chase assumed it was a mole. Otherwise, the Duke's whereabouts would not have been revealed. The landlady position was vacant, so Chase assumed it was one of the maids. He also offered to ask Ms. Lania to help, but Carlyle flatly refused. Chase admitted that Charlotte would soon find out about everything. The lady, in any case, will become a duchess in the near future. Chase's point was logical. Carlyle was worried that Charlotte might be in danger. Accordingly, Theo too. The contract with the lady was made only for Theo's sake. The Duke decided to send Selina to Charlotte because that would make it easier to find the mole. Chase left the room. The Duke was left alone. The man suffered from a terrible headache. He kept thinking that after Charlotte's touch, his pain had eased. He was sure that his bride was already asleep. Carlyle ordered Aine to look after Charlotte. They seemed to be doing well. The man decided to personally check it. Carlyle walked up to Charlotte's room and knocked on the door. He, in front of the closed door, wished the bride a good night and said that he was leaving. Aine thought someone knocked, but when she opened the door, no one was there. It was raining, lightning and thundering outside. Little Theo said he was scared. Charlotte took his little hands and whispered that she was near. The kid said that everything is in black for some reason. The lady asked if the boy remembered the Knights. Charlotte took the baby by the hand, and they went to the funeral of the Knights. Carlyle was once taught to hide his feelings. Maybe that's why he stood at the funeral as if nothing had happened. But in reality, it is not so. Charlotte noticed that Carlyle was quite sad. The Duke invited his brother to come and say goodbye to Mr. Heather. The child approached the grave and thought that the man was sleeping. The Duke told Theo to say goodbye to the knight. The kid did so. It was a rather gloomy, sad, and mourning day. Charlotte stared intently at the Duke. That's what he is. A man cannot simply sympathize with someone or express emotions and does not expect comfort from others. The lady handed Carlyle a handkerchief. Charlotte said that the sun was shining and offered the man to wipe his sweat, but there was no sun at all that day. The lady laughed. She thought the Duke looked like someone who needed a handkerchief, and she didn't know how to tell him that. Carlyle took the handkerchief, gently touching Charlotte's hand. For a moment, their eyes met. The man was glad that his bride was trying to take care of him. Carlyle began to examine the handkerchief carefully. He asked Charlotte if she sometimes sewed it. Surprised, the girl answered that yes, it was her handiwork. The Duke promised to return the handkerchief after washing. He couldn't be wrong. This pattern, it is identical. Carlyle pulled another handkerchief from his drawer. The morning has come. Charlotte and Theo had breakfast. The kid was eating a delicious cupcake. The lady thought. She wondered why the Duke was so interested in her handkerchief. The man took it to wash, but did not even use it. Inquisitive Theo wondered if they would be learning magic today. Charlotte said not today. They played an interesting game. When Charlotte touched, there was no glow, but when Theo, it appeared. The lady was advised to read a book about the rosette and the suitable man. This book was in the Duke's personal collection. The priest convinced Charlotte that after reading the book, she would better understand who a suitable person is. The girl did not know if she would be able to take the book, because she and Carlyle were falsely engaged. She wanted to know if it was possible. The door to the kitchen opened and Selina entered. The girl said that she is now Charlotte's escort. The girls immediately fell in love with each other. Selina had a nice gift with her. It was a box of sweets. The girl proudly said that it was a cookie from a famous chocolate shop. Selina said that the taste of these sweets is simply unsurpassed. Charlotte thanked, smiling. Shy Theo hid behind his sister's dress, but Selina tried to find a common language with the baby. Carlyle was in the gym at the time. Selina, Charlotte, and Theo come and walk next to the gym. A national groundbreaking ceremony is due to take place soon. Everyone is preparing for the swordsman's tournament. The Duke will also participate there. Charlotte asked who was the winner in the last years of the tournaments. Selina proudly announced that it was the Duke of Carlisle Heinst. The man was training hard, but suddenly he saw Charlotte next to him. Theo and Charlotte moved closer to the Duke. The man was in great shape. His broad shoulders mesmerized Charlotte, and she couldn't take her eyes off them. The girl blushed. Selina decided to ask if the lady was stuffy because she was all red. The confused girl began to claim that she was not suffocating at all. Carlyle took Theo in his arms. He invited the kid to go see the fencers. They all sat together and began to watch the men fencing. The kid showed a desire to fence like that too. Carlyle gave him a small wand that Theo could practice with. The kid confidently started waving the sticks, but he tripped and fell. Nothing terrible happened. In this exciting moment, Charlotte's hand and Carlyle's hand touched each other for a moment. The kid looked at the adults with an unintelligible look. In some inexplicable way, suddenly, the sword started flying right at the child. Selina managed to pull the baby by the hand. Fortunately, Theo was not hurt because Carlyle managed to deflect the sword. Everyone was scared and excited. Theo was once again in danger. Carlyle asked excitedly, "Is Charlotte okay?" This time it was lucky because no one was hurt. Lady was very worried about Theo as the child was constantly in danger. A worried Charlotte, holding Theo in her lap, told Carlyle that she needed to go to the temple. The girl wanted to meet the saint as soon as possible. Selina thought that Charlotte was too nervous. Carlyle heard the bride's request and said that the carriage would be ready soon. Carlyle wondered why Charlotte needed to meet the saint. The girl thought about how to explain it correctly, because she could not tell the whole truth. They were in the book world, and Theo's fate was to die. But the woman could not tell the Duke about this. Lady decided to say that she was just worried about Theo being in constant danger, and therefore she decided that it would be better for the baby to receive the blessing of the saint. The carriage was almost already at the destination. The temple was large and spacious. Charlotte was quite nervous. The girl saw the goddess of fate. The first untangled the thread, the second wove a fate from it, and the third judged it. Charlotte saw Teresa, the servant of God, in front of her. The woman said that she could not refuse the Duke such a request because he often helps the temple. Little Theo, with curiosity, asked Teresa if this woman was a real angel. Charlotte warned the baby not to poke his finger. Teresa looked intently at the baby and asked if he needed a blessing. The woman extended her hand to Theo. The kid, quite shy, gave his pen to the saint. Teresa wondered if such a sweet boy could have such a hard fate, but even with her he was able to go through all the difficulties thanks to the goddess. The saint wished that only good things would happen to Theo, and she gave him a blessing. The baby fell asleep in Teresa's arms, the woman assured that it should be so. The saint promised that now all the bad things will go away from Leo and the boy will no longer be in danger. The saint informed Lady Lania that she also needed a blessing. She offered to discuss it in private. Charlotte was surprised by such words. The women went to a separate room. Saint told Charlotte that the thread of little Theo's fate was almost broken. It turns out that the baby managed to pass through the door of death. The situation was on the edge. That is why such dangerous things happened to him. Concerned, Charlotte asked the saint if Theo's thread was all right now. Teresa said that the goddess had restored her, and now nothing bad should happen. The saint wanted to ask something from the lady. She was interested in how the girl managed to survive. Charlotte pretended not to understand what it was about, but Teresa knew very well that something was wrong here. Saint said quite strictly that from the very beginning the girl was not Charlotte Lania. But now this soul belongs to the goddess. The lady felt awkward. As it turned out, Charlotte's thread broke. More precisely, it was connected to another thread of a different color. Charlotte had to reveal that 3 years ago she almost died when she got into an accident. It happened not here, but in another world. She fainted when she was hit by a car, and when she woke up she found herself in this body. Perhaps the life of the real Charlotte was hanging in the balance. The girl was convinced that the saint would not believe her, but to the great surprise of the lady, Teresa treated this story with understanding and promised that she would not tell anyone the truth. The saint said that she was interested to hear what really happened. It was the first time she saw the interlacing of threads of different colors. Teresa did not understand why Charlotte had come here. Probably the goddess had deep reasons for this. If the goddess brought Charlotte here, Teresa promised that she would do everything to help her. Saint kissed the lady's hand. Teresa was able to strengthen Charlotte's thread. Also, the woman sincerely said that the girl can come to her whenever she wants. In parting, Teresa warned Charlotte that the girl should be careful, because after all, her thread of fate consists of 2. Therefore, you need to be vigilant. It was unknown when the threads would diverge again. Charlotte wanted to ask the saint something else, but the woman had already left. Now Charlotte couldn't help but wonder what the saint meant when she said that. Perhaps the woman assumed that Charlotte might die as Leo had in the past. But such situations as with Theo and the girl did not happen. The lady had no idea what she had to be careful with. Pushing away all frightening thoughts, Charlotte hugged Leo tenderly. They were sitting in a carriage and waiting to leave. Suddenly, the Duke came up and announced shocking things. For some reason unknown to Charlotte, they will go to the capital at full speed. And until they arrive at the place, they cannot go out and open the windows. Charlotte did not understand what was happening. The men were going to put a barrier on the carriage and warned that no one should approach. Charlotte assumed that it was an attack. Little Theo was scared. Charlotte tried not to look worried. The girl hugged the baby and said that everything is fine. Lady Z tried to calm herself down. To drive away bad thoughts a little, Charlotte began to sing. The baby liked it. The carriage stopped and Carlyle announced that they were already there. Now everyone was completely safe. Theo was very happy to see his little brother. Emma was worried and asked if they were all right. Tired, Charlotte finally went to bed. The girl again had a nightmare. Carlyle, who was nearby, gently touched the hand of the bride. He assured that everything good and everything bad is behind. The man guessed that Charlotte was quite frightened by today's events. Someone knocked on the room. Carlyle quietly left so as not to wake the girl. Selina and Chase arrived. Herzog asked them about the results of the investigation. As it turned out, the killers who attacked the carriage again were professionals. They knew that the carriage would pass there, so they hid in the bushes. As Selina said, they continue to attack. Or rather, they continue to attack Theo, at the expense of a spy in this estate. Most likely this is the maid, so all the servants were studied. As a result, there were 3 suspected maids. Each of them sent a letter after the Duke and Theo had left. They were Jessie the cook, Ellie the laundress, and the lady's maid, Hazel. It was decided to focus on them. The Duke ordered to inform him in case of any information. Chase still wanted to ask the lady for help, but Carlyle flatly refused. The man believed that, on the contrary, it was not necessary for the lady to find out about everything. Selina and Chase meekly agreed and did not try to convince the Duke otherwise. It was quite difficult for Selina to follow the maids. It was more difficult than she imagined. The woman believed that such people rarely come across. If they were spies like that, Selina would have discovered them right away. The woman did not see the point in the fact that she alone would follow the three at once. Charlotte approached Selina. The woman asked if the lady was feeling better. The girl smiled and answered yes. Charlotte invited Selina to come to her room because she had a few questions for her. The weather outside was beautiful. It was decided that Charlotte would call Theo outside later. The lady invited Selina to join them. The woman happily agreed. Charlotte could not understand who Selina was. Charlotte came to the conclusion that the woman is a spy among the maids. The lady spoke so that she wouldn't even dare to object, but Selina was adamant she was not going to confess. Nevertheless, Charlotte pressed her with her questions. Selina couldn't figure out how the lady found out about all this. Charlotte said that they unexpectedly went to the church and later an attack was planned on them. It turns out that there is a spy somewhere in the estate. As a result, it turned out that if the Duke still hasn't found him, then this person is not in direct contact with him. It turns out that this is one of the maids. Selina stood with her mouth wide open. How did Charlotte find out about everything? It was a mystery to Selina. After all, the lady was right. The girl wondered why no one had turned to her for help earlier. The lady answered her own question, guessing that it was the Duke's order. Charlotte was upset because she understood that she and the Duke were not so close, so she was not told such a secret. Selina replied that the secret was hidden for completely different reasons, and in general, the lady was not supposed to know about this secret. The Duke was worried about Charlotte and didn't want her to be nervous. Selina tried to explain that the Duke was worried about the bride and wanted to protect her from unnecessary worries. He believed that the girl would be angry when she found out about everything. The woman convinced the lady that it was completely true, but Charlotte believed that finding a spy was the most important thing now. The lady asked Selina to let her help her. The girl promised not to tell anyone anything. The woman was persuasive, that it is not worth trying because you can be in danger. Charlotte was too persuasive, and Selina could not refuse her. Emma entered the room. The lady had a brilliant idea. To enter the world of maids, they need to use one of them. Emma was now part of their little secret team. The woman was trying to find a blonde with green eyes named Ellie. The object was found. Emma confidently approached the servant and said she wanted to ask her something. A cunning plan had been devised, and it had to be followed. Emma revealed that she had accidentally soiled Charlotte's clothes. She asked Ellie to help her wash the stains before the lady came. The woman kindly agreed to help. Ellie assured Emma that Mrs. Lanaya would not find out anything. Without hesitation, she agreed to cover for her colleague. Emma thanked and left. Jessie was next on the list. Emma asked the woman to prepare a lunchbox. Since the Duke is busy, the lady wishes to bring him food. He is currently in the south room due to an investigation. Jessie fell in love with Lady Lania's kindness and grace. She gladly agreed to help. Since Theo will still be there, 3 lunchboxes are needed. The woman assured that she would prepare everything quickly now. Emma whispered that no one should know this secret, because it was a surprise. The woman agreed without hesitation. Charlotte took Hazel the maid into her own hands. She asked her where the Duke bought his clothes. The woman kindly shared the information. Charlotte thanked her, explaining that this information would help her choose a gift for the Duke. She also said that she was going to take Theo with her, as the baby also needed new clothes. In the same scenario, Charlotte asked not to tell anyone about their conversation, because it is a surprise for the Duke. The matter was done. It remains only to wait which of the maids will tell the secret. Charlotte thanked Emma for her help. The girl said that Sir Ein would help her pretend that she was going where she said she was going. The women wanted to expose the spy as soon as possible. The lady took Theo's teddy bear and went to the carriage, pretending that she was going somewhere. She tried to do everything so that it did not arouse any suspicions. Ein was waiting for her in the carriage. Charlotte called the maids different places: Ellie in the laundry room, St. Legis, Jessie in the kitchen, South Ward, and Hazel, St. Ruchaz. All that remained was to get out of here. The carriage arrived at a secret place. Turns out Theo was there too. He, happy, ran up to Charlotte and hugged her tightly. Sir Ein looked rather tired. 3 different carriages were going in different directions. It was only necessary to wait which of the carriages would be attacked. Charlotte was nervous for no reason. The long-awaited moment has arrived. One of the carriages was attacked, and the groom was forced to return to the mysterious forest. The men threatened him with death if he disobeyed. The spy was found. Selina came to the Duke to tell him the good news. The man eagerly awaited all the details. Selina was quick to reveal that she had given the suspects 3 different locations, and it turned out that it was Ellie, the washerwoman, who was the spy. She did this in order to earn money for the treatment of sick relatives. Carlyle was quite curious as to who was behind this woman, who gave her the order. Selina found a pattern in the killer. It depicts the poisonous plant Hisan flower. The first thing that came to the Duke's mind was the Darrow's Guild. Ordinary theft was not enough for them, but now they are ready to go on a killing spree. The Duke was determined to go to the base of the Darrow's Guild immediately. Carlyle decided to set fire to their miserable estate. There was a man at home who was involved in this banditry. This brat said that in 3 years he had never forgotten the Duke's face. Also, this man said that he did not forget the voices of comrades who died on the same day because of Carlyle. As it turned out, it was the usual revenge. The Duke tried to ask the man whose order it was. The guild couldn't pull this off alone, but it was clear from the man's words that no one had given him such an order. It seemed to the man that the Duke did not forgive the insult. Carlyle did not hold back and killed the man. Selina reported that she looked around and no one survived. They took the documents that survived and went to the estate. Worried, Selina wanted to tell something before leaving. The woman admitted that Lady Lania knew about everything. The Duke was not at all happy with such news. The man believed that it was dangerous, because anything could happen. What was this girl thinking when she got into such a dangerous business? Carlyle believed that Charlotte did not value her life at all. This time he was determined to talk to the bride. However, the Duke did not know where to begin. Thanks to Charlotte, Theo is safe. The lady opened the door and saw Carlyle, but seeing the bride, the man's mouth seemed to water. Charlotte heard footsteps, so she decided to open the door and take a look. The man said that he knows everything. Carlyle said bluntly that Selina had told him everything. The girl did not expect that the Duke would find out everything. The man scolded the lady for such an act. "This is dangerous." Charlotte bluntly asked if this behavior was because of Leo. After all, if something happens to her, the baby will be in danger. Charlotte convinced the Duke that she was only concerned about Theo's safety and could not think about anything else, so she decided to help. Both young people felt awkward. The Duke promised the bride that this time he was ready to pay her in full. Charlotte was refused because she does not need anything, but Carlyle insisted. He did not want to be in debt to the bride. There was one place Charlotte really wanted to go. This is the Duke's private reading room. Carlyle, keeping his word, decided to immediately fulfill the lady's wishes. The butler was instructed to show Charlotte to the room. It seemed to the girl that someone had moved a small library here. The lady really wanted to find a book about the rosette. Charlotte was fascinated by so many books. For some reason, she decided that such an important book should be somewhere inside, and stuck her hand deep into the shelf. As it turned out, the caring Carlyle had already found the book that Charlotte needed so much. She read about this in a note that was lying on the Duke's table. The girl saw this handwriting in the contract. It is clean and neat. Charlotte wondered if such handwriting suited the Duke. Next to the note was an untitled book. The lady opened the book to see if it was her. To the girl's great surprise, she could not read anything. The book was written in a language unknown to Charlotte. The lady asked Sir Ain to help her. The man came to the conclusion that the book was written in an ancient language because it was probably not planned to be printed en masse. Charlotte was not surprised because few people are allowed to study such things. Sir Ain knew the language but could not explain it. This book is from the Duke's private room, so the man was not allowed to read it to outsiders. Charlotte did not understand how she should read this book. Ain assured the lady not to worry about that. The man suggested asking the Duke for help because he knows the ancient language. Heinst is a family of archmages that appeared a long time ago, so the Duke studied the ancient language when he was still a child. It makes sense, but it doesn't matter if he can read it or not. Charlotte was sure that everything would be fine, and perhaps the Duke would agree to help her. Sir Ain thinks that Charlotte and the Duke are lovers, but in reality they are not close enough to read each other's books. Little Theo ran up to Charlotte and asked if they were going to study magic today. Charlotte gently said that there would be. Sir Ain decided to check on the lady's progress. Although Charlotte practiced, she was not confident in her abilities. Ain placed a bullet next to the girl and asked for a hand. Charlotte felt as if something was coming out of her bones. The lady felt nothing but a sharp pain in her stomach. Little Theo put his hand on Charlotte's stomach. The girl felt as if something was coming out of her body. After finishing, Charlotte clapped her hands in praise of the baby. The lady had a sharp stomachache to such an extent that she almost lost consciousness. Theo was worried about his sister's well-being. Sir Ain decided that Charlotte was sickened by her low mana threshold. This happened because the girl released quite a lot of mana. The pain should soon pass. Sir Ain was impressed and praised the kid. Theo is only 4 years old, but he is so good with mana. The man, consoling Charlotte, said that her skills would only improve with time. He advised to focus on this feeling during training. Charlotte felt better thanks to Theo, but she didn't know what to do next. Exhausted and tired, the girl just fell asleep on the chair. Emma the maid bid the lady go to bed, but Charlotte continued to sit because she wanted to talk to the Duke. The girl was waiting for his return. It was quite late outside. The Duke did not expect that the bride was waiting for him. Charlotte approached her husband and explained that the book he left for her was written in an ancient language. The lady admitted that she would not be able to read it on her own. The Duke frankly said that he knew about it. Surprised, Charlotte asked the Duke why he had given her the book then. He seemed to be trying to tell her not to read it. Charlotte did not understand anything. Carlyle himself wanted the girl to learn more about Theo and about herself. Herzog only asked if she had time now. Still, he decided to help her and read the book. Carlyle suggested going into another room to begin with. They went to the reading room. It was decided to start reading today. Charlotte had the feeling that the Duke had been waiting for her to come to him with such a request. The Duke opened the book and pointed to the part Charlotte needed. The girl saw there the mark that Theo had on his body. This sign is a rosette symbol. Theo has had it since birth. The lady was very curious if Carlyle had the same sign. Charlotte admired the Duke's body. She believed that he worked a lot on himself. Carlyle dispelled all her dreamy thoughts, realizing that the girl was not thinking about what was necessary. Herzog said that Theo was a rosette from birth. Usually the mana starts moving when the child turns 1 year old. However, for Theo, it all started much earlier. The man believed that it happened after the death of their mother. The shock of losing her mother made mana wake up earlier. The Duke caught Charlotte's gaze. The lady asked her husband about a suitable person. As it turned out, this requires another book. She was in this library. Carlyle found the right book on the shelf. Charlotte flinched as the man came very close to her. He surprised her. Carlyle found the right pages quickly and skillfully. A fit man is a man who has come through death. The book says that the mana in a person's body changes when he overcomes death. The ability to suppress mana appears. Charlotte did get sick several times 3 years ago. Maybe that's why she became a suitable person. The girl listened attentively to everything the Duke was talking about. The man asked Charlotte if she was interested in anything else. The girl thanked for the time allocated for her. This information was enough for her. They left the room hand in hand, like real brides and grooms. Charlotte had many thoughts in her mind. If her meeting Theo was inevitable and not just a coincidence, then was her meeting him before Penelope also inevitable? Theo found a new friend. The boy Danny is Irina's son. The children had a great time together. Charlotte couldn't believe that a woman had a child the same age as Theo. Food was served. The boys happily ran to the table and began to taste. Charlotte was always convinced that Theo was a very good child. Deros, a guild of mercenaries. Their leader is from a barbarian race, famous for his anger. Selina decided that someone was just jealous of the Duke, so there were constant attempts on his life and the life of his little brother. Selina assured Charlotte that everything was fine for now. There is no reason to worry. The lady believed that nothing bad should happen after meeting the saint, but no one knows when something similar may happen again. Charlotte asked if there were any problems with the Duke finding out about her active participation in this secret operation. Selena said she was forced to tell the Duke all the details. After all, a woman is always scolded when Charlotte is in danger. The woman whispered that, from her own observations, Carlyle valued Charlotte quite a bit. The lady understood that he valued not her, but Theo. She accidentally said it out loud. The kid started pushing the peas to the edge of the plate, saying that he didn't like it. Charlotte explained that peas need to grow big. She offered to eat it together with meat. But the cunning boy imperceptibly threw one pea at a time on the ground. He was convinced that his actions would remain unnoticed. Charlotte saw what Theo was doing and asked him not to do that. It was difficult to convince this child. Theo continued to insist that peas were not tasty. Charlotte tried to explain that the food should not be scattered because it would be unpleasant for the farmers who grew the peas and the cooks who prepared the food. The boy lowered his eyes and apologized. Charlotte was concerned that Theo was a picky eater. Also, the baby is often sick, so he looks smaller than his peers. The lady understood that the baby should eat healthy food, but you can't constantly pawn it because it can have a bad effect on it. The girl had a great idea. Charlotte thought that all food should be prepared together with the baby. She was convinced that Theo would be more willing to eat food prepared by his own hands. The lady approached the baby and shared her thoughts with him. Theo's eyes lit up. He happily exclaimed that he liked the idea. Little Danny supported him. The boys decided that they would cook together. Charlotte, trying not to waste time, approached the butler and said that she wanted to prepare food. The man looked at her with a surprised look. The lady also decided that Theo should grow his own vegetables. In this case, he will definitely eat them. The butler explained that if we were talking about a full-fledged farm, then the Duke's opinion should be asked. Charlotte asked when she could see Carlyle, as he had been quite busy lately. The man said that the Duke would be very late today. Most likely, it will be late at night. Charlotte asked to be told as soon as Carlyle arrived, even if it was very late. It was already midnight, and the man still did not return. Charlotte was looking out the window at the night sky. Suddenly the butler knocked on the door and announced that the Duke was already at home in his study. Charlotte still went to the Duke. She apologized for the rather late visit. Carlyle invited the bride into the room. Charlotte saw a large amount of documentation on the table. She was amazed how the man could handle so many documents by himself. Sitting at the table across from each other, Charlotte felt awkward. The man looked at the lady in silence. Charlotte blushed and her heart beat faster. Forgetting what she wanted to ask, she quickly muttered if Carlyle had eaten. The man asked if that was all the girl wanted to know. Confused, Charlotte said she was just curious. The Duke, who was always busy, could not remember the last time he had eaten or what exactly. To make Carlyle eat now, the girl said that she was very hungry. It was already quite late, but it was no problem for the Duke to ask for something to eat. The man called Robert to bring them something light to eat. As it turned out, the Duke was quite busy every day, dealing with a pile of documents. Charlotte tried to convince him that he also needed to rest. Otherwise, the work may not be so effective. Charlotte asked her husband to spend more time with Theo because the baby needs his attention. The lady offered to have dinner together. Charlotte's conversation did not go according to plan. Charlotte was glad that her husband heard her and agreed to spend time with the baby because he needs it so much. Until now, the girl decided to ask the Duke about the farm. The lady said that Theo does not like vegetables, but she has a brilliant idea. Charlotte asked if a corner could be set aside for growing vegetables. The girl believed that after putting in a lot of work to grow crops, Theo would learn the value of food and not be so picky. Carlyle liked Charlotte's idea. He thought that was quite resourceful of her. The man promised that he would report everything to the gardeners, and Theo and Charlotte could start tomorrow. Robert brought a snack. Carlyle, after not eating anything all day, was finally able to enjoy his food. Charlotte was pleased that she had managed to feed her husband. After a light snack, she went to her room. Carlyle guessed that Charlotte had asked to eat for his sake, since she had eaten almost nothing. The husband was pleased that the bride showed such care for him. Tired, Charlotte went to bed. Suddenly, she was awakened by a sharp sound. It was Theodore. The kid accidentally woke up and didn't want to be left alone. Theo looked quite energetic and wanted to go to the garden. As the boy had planted some seeds, he wanted to see if anything grew. It was night outside, so Charlotte offered to sleep a little more. Early in the morning, the baby woke up cheerful and in a good mood. He wanted to look at his seeds as soon as possible. Theo was very happy because the seeds sprouted a little. The boy was surprised how quickly it happened. Charlotte was also glad that the seeds grew quickly because Theo is quite impatient. It's all thanks to the gardener. The day before they started farming, Charlotte came up with an interesting game. It was necessary to plant peas. The girl taught the kid how to properly plant a plant. She convinced Theo that the seeds would sprout the next day. The boy personally watered the peas. He was very happy and looked forward to the next day. And today the seeds have sprouted. Theo was proud of himself and proud that he was such a good guy. Charlotte had a little secret. At night, the gardener and his helpers dug up the seeds and replaced them with sprouts. Tomatoes grew too. Theo's joy knew no bounds. The Duke woke up earlier than usual this morning because he had a meeting scheduled. This meeting is special because today he has to set aside time for a joint lunch with the baby. Carlisle wondered where Theo was now. Robert said that the baby was in the garden with Charlotte. The Duke went to them. Coming closer, the man admired how well Charlotte and Theo were spending time. For a moment, the Duke went back several years. He remembered his mother holding Theo in her arms. She then said that Carlisle would need to walk with the baby when he learned to walk. Theo was so little then. Those were peaceful and calm days. Mom taught Theo to speak. The man was sure that it would always be like this, but fate decided otherwise. Little Theo had the hardest time surviving the death of his mother. From that day on, Carlisle lived in fear. The man was afraid that the Manhwa might change its course and Theo would go after his mother. When Theo grew up, the Duke could no longer go to the garden. He could not accept the fact that he would not hear his mother's laughter there. The man thought that spring would never come, but this year she came. Carlisle snapped out of his thoughts when Theo called out to him. The kid was infinitely glad that his brother was able to come and look at his farm corner. He began to tell that, together with his sister, they managed to plant tomatoes and peas. Little eyes shone with happiness. The kid grabbed his brother's hand and wanted to show the tomatoes as soon as possible. The Duke looked at Charlotte as if with different eyes. This lady came into their lives so unexpectedly. The Duke was afraid that Charlotte might one day suddenly disappear from their lives. The man now had only one wish. He wanted to hold his bride tightly and never let go. It seems that this lady won the Duke's heart not for a joke. Carlisle looked at Charlotte with completely different eyes that day. It seems that the man fell in love with the girl. A leaf got stuck in the bride's hair, and Carlisle kindly took it away. Little Theo picked up the tomatoes and put them in his brother's hands. The baby was so happy. Carlisle suggested that Theo go out to dinner. The boy happily agreed. After a few minutes, the three of them were already sitting at the table. Carlisle nursed his brother. The kid, chewing the meat, pointed his finger at the peas. He wanted Carlisle to put it in his mouth because this pea was grown by his own hands. Carlisle was glad that Charlotte was so resourceful. Thanks to her, Theo now eats peas. Charlotte, meanwhile, was pleased that Carlisle made the time, even though he had other plans. This day was wonderful. Theo had forgotten the last time he had spent so much time with his older brother. The man offered to have lunch together tomorrow morning, which could not but please Charlotte. The man was about to go to the office because important matters awaited him. Suddenly, Charlotte tugged at his arm. The girl said that tomorrow she and Theo would go dig up carrots. Charlotte asked if Carlisle would mind the carrot soup. The man replied that he did not mind. When the Duke left, Charlotte did not understand why she stopped him abruptly. She didn't seem to want to say goodbye. Little Theo really wanted to sleep. He and Charlotte went to the room. There was a letter from Isaac on the table. Emma's maid was also in the room. Isaac Lania's letter was different from the usual. Emma had never seen his hands shake like that. It seems that the man was quite nervous when writing this letter. One can only marvel at this man. Who wouldn't be surprised by a sudden engagement? In general, a letter is good. Emma was sure that Isaac would come running here when he heard the news. Charlotte opened the letter and began to read. She had no idea what he could write about. It turns out that the husband heard the news from his mother. She said that Charlotte dealt with all the family's problems intelligently. Isaac also wrote that it must have been difficult for Charlotte without him and without Jake. The man was proud of his sister, but he did not understand why she became engaged, and also to Duke Heinst. The man did not understand how it was possible to suddenly get engaged just after seeing each other. Also, the brother said that Jake thinks that she is being fooled by a con artist. The man did not fully believe whether this Duke was who he pretended to be. Charlotte, lowering her eyes, did not know what to answer to her brother at the meeting. Emma, who approached the girl, was waiting for all the details. As it turned out, he wants to meet as soon as possible in a city cafe. Little Theo, suddenly waking up, called Charlotte. The girl came up and started gently stroking the boy's head. The brothers asked for a meeting, but Charlotte felt that she could not leave Theo alone. The lady told Emma that she wanted to write a letter back. The maid asked if the meeting would take place, and if the carriage should be prepared. Charlotte replied that there was no need. Lady came up with another way out of this situation. She said that the brothers would arrive here at the estate. Charlotte thought it would be better that way, and she wouldn't have to worry about Theo. The men arrived at the estate. They wondered why their sister couldn't leave the estate to meet them outside the house. They assumed with horror that it was being kept closed. Isaac tried to calm Jake down and asked him not to think about such terrible things. The men were puzzled by the fact that the sister did not come out to meet them. This raised suspicion. The brothers loved their sister very much, so they worried about her. They were looking forward to seeing Charlotte and that she was all right. Suddenly, the door of the estate opened and a joyful sister was waiting for them. Charlotte was very happy to meet the brothers. Her eyes shone with happiness. But it looks like Jake was pissed. He did not want to hear about the engagement. Why wasn't he told about this sooner? Charlotte looked down and said she was old enough. The girl explained that she is already 20, and it is quite normal to get married at this age. Little Theo rushed to protect his sister. A smile appeared on Jake's face. He was glad that such a kid stood up for his sister. The man explained that he does not cling to Charlotte, but only scolds her a little because he is worried about her. The man also explained that it was his sister, but little Theo objected, saying that it was his sister. Charlotte made a remark to Jake because he was arguing with a child, and he himself was already 24. The man could not come to terms with the idea that his sister had become engaged so quickly. It seems the kid didn't like Jake. Theo called the man strange and asked Charlotte not to play with him. Even Isaac, taking his brother by the hand, asked him to come to his senses. Isaac held out a box of candies to the kid. It was a very expensive and delicious chocolate. The man wished Theo delicious. The kid was very happy because it was his favorite food. Isaac was in the mood for a serious conversation. Charlotte asked Theo to eat a chocolate bar while he was with Emma. The girl explained that she wanted to talk to the brothers alone. The kid agreed and nodded his head. Emma and Theo went to another room. The brothers were waiting for an explanation. Charlotte was forced to tell the same story as everyone else. According to Charlotte, 2 years ago, the three of them were together in the capital. Then, at the ceremony, she met the Duke for the first time. The men let it happen when they pulled away from Charlotte. Isaac asked in disbelief if the sister was talking about the man in the cape. Charlotte assured that, yes, she is not deceiving, and it is true. The girl continued to tell the details of their acquaintance. Then suddenly, it started to rain. Charlotte was noticed by Emma, who invited her to enter the shop as the weather outside was very bad. The girls became friends from the first minute and started talking sweetly. Emma said quietly that she had never seen Charlotte like her. The girl did not understand what was being said. The lady only replied that she was from the north. Charlotte shared that her brothers are knights from the capital, so she accompanies them to the ceremony. Emma was not at all surprised that Charlotte was not from the capital. The girl was not at all like the local girls. Excited, Emma ran out somewhere for a moment, but asked Charlotte not to go anywhere. The lady was a little confused because she did not know how to behave in case someone came. To her great surprise, someone came in. It was Duke Heinst, but she didn't know about it then. Charlotte greeted the man politely, asking if he was looking for anything. The man did not answer. The lady decided to start the conversation by asking how old the child he was looking for a gift was. The man replied that the boy is 1 year old. The low voice that Charlotte heard was rather sad. The girl also felt chaos, anger, and suffering from him. As the rain poured outside the window, so he poured emotions with his voice. Charlotte looked sweetly at the bear and asked the man's opinion if he liked him. The girl wanted to pack the teddy bear because it was raining heavily outside, but she didn't know what to do. The Duke took the bear and put it under his cloak. Charlotte liked how the man gently hid the toy. It was clear from his behavior that the child was very important to him, because he was quite careful with the gift. Duke Heinz paid for the toy and left. Charlotte called him and ran to meet him. The girl wanted to give him something. She was not afraid of the rain, but ran outside to her husband. Charlotte handed the Duke a handkerchief she had embroidered with her own hands. Since the weather was bad, Charlotte thought that a handkerchief was simply necessary for her husband. Charlotte was saddened by the fact that the man was very depressed. It was immediately clear that he had some problems or troubles. Charlotte gave him a handkerchief to wipe away the raindrops, but she wanted to say something else. The lady thought in her head that the man did not need to hold back his tears. If he restrains them, then you just need to cry. Maybe a handkerchief would help keep it a secret. Later, after some time, Charlotte constantly wondered how this man was doing. Only now did Charlotte remember where she had seen the teddy bear that Theo had given her. This toy was chosen by the girl herself one day. The brothers listened in silence to everything their sister told them. Jake convinced Charlotte that she couldn't have seen the Duke's face at the time because he was wearing a cape. The lady lowered her head and said that it was then that he lost his pendant, which she kept until the last. Now this pendant has its owner. But stubborn Jake did not believe much in these chatter. Duke Heinz called Charlotte Miss Lanya, and a man in love will not call his bride that. Charlotte did not convince her brother, and he insisted on breaking off the relationship immediately. Lanya lowered her head and said that she liked the Duke. She convinced the brothers that she had been thinking about this man for 2 years and had never stopped worrying about him. She was glad to have met him and has no regrets. The brothers were shocked. Looks like it really is love. Jake pushed back his chair, stood up, and said he wouldn't bother me anymore. The brothers hugged their sister and asked them not to forget. They also said that the door of the house is always open for Charlotte. The men decided not to pressure their sister, since Charlotte was quite stubborn, but it seems that she and her fiancé are really doing well. The brothers left, saying that they would definitely meet soon. Isaac said that soon there would be a kung fu tournament and they would meet there. At any rate, Charlotte was glad to see her brothers. She sincerely hoped that they would understand her. Charlotte and Irina were sitting in the garden, resting. The children played happily. Since the kung fu tournament was coming soon, the lady wanted to give the brothers handkerchiefs. She gave them such gifts every year and did not want to break this wonderful tradition. Irina asked why not the Duke. Charlotte smiled and said that she did not think the Duke would take part in it. Irina convinced that a gift can be given just like that, without any reason. If Charlotte were a real bride, then she would first embroider a handkerchief for the Duke, and then for the brothers. It was not surprising that Jake did not believe Charlotte, because she was quite carefree in relation to the groom. After this conversation, Charlotte was determined to make 3 handkerchiefs, but first for the brothers. Lady sadly said that she probably won't come to the festival because she can't leave Theo. Surprised, Irina tried to reach Charlotte, saying that this was her first tournament since the engagement. The lady, lowering her eyes, explained that she could not leave Leo and could not take him either. Charlotte was not entirely sure that the assassins were completely eliminated. Irina decided to help Charlotte. When everyone sat down at the table to eat, Irina winked at Charlotte and was going to tell the Duke something. The Duke was in a good mood. The man did not expect that the woman would offer to have dinner together. Irina explained that lately it is very difficult to cross paths with my lord because he is always busy. The man was surprised because it was always like that. He always had a job. He never liked to walk around the estate and be idle. Charlotte listened to their conversation in silence. Carlyle said that he refers to Irina as a younger sister. Observing a little from the side, Charlotte really saw that they were comfortable communicating with each other. Irina said that there will be a national ceremony soon. The woman asked what the Duke planned to do that day. The man began to say that he was going to visit this event for a short time to cheer on the knights participating in the martial arts competition. Irina asked if there were no other plans besides this. After thinking, the man said that he did not know. He would probably look at the remaining documents. Irina suddenly said that it is better to do something else, for example, to allocate time for her bride. The woman, without being shy, said that Miss Lania will be very upset because she will have to be alone the whole day of the festival. Charlotte, trying to beat Irina, began to say that she would not be sad at all. Irina, in a stricter voice, said that it is not even worth arguing about the fact that everything is fine. This cannot be a normal situation when the groom is only busy with work during the entire holiday. Irina, trying to reach the Duke, convinced her that she and Miss Lania met for the first time at the national ceremony, and using this opportunity, you can refresh the memories of the first meeting and spend time only together. Charlotte said a little nonchalantly that everything was fine and there was no need to worry, but the Duke decided to do as Irina told him about it. After her words, he realized that he had not seen anything beyond his nose. It looks like the Duke is set to go to the festival with Charlotte. Irina was satisfied with her work, that she had so skillfully set the Duke on the right path. Charlotte thanked Irina, because thanks to her, the lady will be able to go to the festival with the Duke. It's just a pity that he promised to take Theo with him, because Irina would be happy to look after him. But Charlotte replied that it would be better that way. She would then feel much more at ease when Theo was with them. The carriage for Miss Irina was served. The woman asked Hazel something before leaving. Before Irina's next arrival, it was necessary to prepare everything necessary for embroidery, because Charlotte promised to teach Irina needlework. After all, the pattern embroidered by her was simply unsurpassed. Miss Lania embroidered really beautifully. Irina insisted that the lady show her embroidery to Hazel. Charlotte handed her handkerchief to the maid. The woman was also impressed, but she noted that she had already seen this pattern somewhere. Charlotte said that in front of them was the traditional pattern of the Barony of Lania. She thought it would be quite difficult to find something like him. Still, the woman insisted that she had seen exactly this pattern. There was only one difference. This pattern is embroidered with dark blue threads, and the one she saw was pinkish mauve. Annie, who serves my lord, was tidying up a handkerchief with just such an embroidery. She remembered that my lord had insisted that he should be washed very carefully. It seemed that this handkerchief was quite expensive for him, but he was worried about the integrity and intactness of the product. Hazel recalled that at that time she was studying with Annie. 2 years have passed since then. Hazel apologized but said that she must have made a mistake because quite a lot of time had passed and her memory could fail her. The maid decided that she had just mixed it up and it was actually a handkerchief that Annie had received from a friend. Charlotte thought and began to remember that she had once given such a handkerchief to a stranger. Did she give the Duke this handkerchief? Angry Irina burst into the milord and asked what kind of handkerchief it is, which is unknown where it came from, and which he has been keeping for 2 years. The man asked what the matter was and how Irina found out about it. Irina persistently began to ask from whom the Duke got this handkerchief. The man did not want to answer this question. The woman was angry because, as it turns out, 2 years ago the Duke made some kind of promise to another girl. Irina said that Miss Lania also knows about this handkerchief. The woman worriedly insisted that if there was nothing special about it, then you should speak to Miss Lania and tell her what kind of handkerchief it was and from whom it was obtained. Irina was simply beside herself with anger. She shouted that if Charlotte suddenly decided to break off the engagement, then he would not dare to turn to her later. After all, she will not help him under any circumstances. The mood of the Duke was spoiled. Chase came into the room and asked what happened. He saw how Miss Irina angrily left the room. The Duke only answered so that Chase wouldn't pay attention. The aide handed the papers to the Duke. He said preparations for the national ceremony were complete. He also prepared a convenient place to watch the fireworks show, which Theo is looking forward to. The day of the ceremony has arrived. Little Theo was happy to see the fireworks today. Just in case, Charlotte bought ordinary, inconspicuous clothes for Theo, because in this form he will not attract additional attention. Carlisle said a few days ago that he would dress in more casual clothes, but all his efforts are meaningless, because no matter what clothes he wears, he always looks like a high-ranking nobleman. Theo, seeing Carlisle, was very happy and threw himself into his arms. Herzog said that they would spend the whole day together today. At the time, Charlotte did not know how the fireworks show, which Theo was looking forward to, would change her relationship with Carlisle. The kid was happy. How much can be seen here? There are a lot of interesting things in this place. Theo is so excited right now, and Charlotte kept thinking about something else. The man she ran into 2 years ago is really Carlisle. Everything indicated that it was definitely him. A long time passed and the stranger's face was hidden by the hood, so she couldn't tell for sure. Charlotte thanked the Duke because she was able to enjoy the atmosphere of a national ceremony again after quite a long time, and Theo seems to be having fun too. Charlotte noticed that Carlisle kept his eyes on her. Charlotte offered to go to the store, poking him with a finger. The lady who worked there recognized Charlotte immediately. The lady was infinitely happy that this woman remembered her. The lady, looking at Carlisle and Theo, asked if the girl was married. Charlotte denied with a smile and tried to find the right words. Someone shouted, "Hold the thief!" Carlisle believed that he must help and rushed to catch up with the scoundrel. The lady sadly said that petty pickpocketing flourishes during the festival. The woman kindly offered to go inside. Charlotte, having accepted the offer, entered the store with Theo. The lady fell in love with the baby. Since Carlisle was not around, the lady whispered that she wanted to know all the details about the relationship with this man. Charlotte did not want to tell anything, so she said that he was just an acquaintance, and this was his younger brother. Since the boy was very attached to Charlotte, she decided to stay with him for a while. The lady understood that Charlotte was now here in the capital. That lady said that when her work was done, she would return to her family in the barony of Lania. As it turned out, Charlotte could not be found because she lived on the northern edge of the country. Charlotte was very surprised. She did not know that someone was looking for her. The lady reminded the girl about the man in the raincoat to whom she personally sold the teddy bear. As it turned out, he came here in winter. The man said he was looking for Charlotte and asked about her whereabouts. Unfortunately, the lady could not help the Duke, as she knew nothing about the girl. Charlotte asked with interest if she knew the man's name and where he lived. The woman replied that she did not ask him about it, but this man seemed very suspicious to her. 2 years ago it was raining, so it was logical that the man was wearing a hood, but the next time he came it was sunny outside, but he still kept his face hidden. The lady was sure that his conscience was not clean. Carlisle came back and wanted to go for a walk with Charlotte and the baby. The girl thanked the woman for the good time. In a whisper, the lady asked Charlotte if she wanted to meet her son. Confused, Carlisle said that he would never get that chance. He informed the woman that Charlotte was engaged to him. The lady could not believe her ears. It turns out that Charlotte lied to her. The girl awkwardly pushed Carlisle outside. Charlotte was outraged by the Duke's behavior. She did not understand why he told the woman about it. Carlisle suggested that Charlotte had some reason for wanting to keep the fact that they were a couple a secret. Charlotte did not understand the Duke's behavior. He looked like a person who was offended and then suddenly stopped being offended. The girl simply decided not to pay attention to it. Theo, in which I remembered for fireworks. He wanted to see them as soon as possible, but it was necessary to wait a little for the sun to hide behind the horizon. The evening came slowly. Little Theo, tired, fell asleep. The kid was really looking forward to these fireworks, but he never saw them. At one point, the Duke handed Charlotte a handkerchief, saying he needed to give her something. Charlotte thought it was the handkerchief she had given the Duke at the funeral, but looking closely, she saw a pattern of a different color. It was the same handkerchief she had once given to the man in the black cloak. It turns out that this man really was Carlisle. The Duke reminded her of this incident. Now everything became known. The man finally found the girl he had been looking for a long time. The sky was covered with clouds which seemed to scream that it would rain from minute to minute. On this day, for some unknown reason, Carlisle continued to feel a sense of anxiety. Why is there no way to get rid of this sad foreboding? The reason the Duke fled the estate was because of the bad news he couldn't handle. He was informed that his mother would not be able to survive this fall. Thinking about Theo, the man began to suffocate, as if a huge stone had been placed on his chest. But he is a newborn baby who has not even once been able to say the word mother. How he was supposed to explain to the child what happened. Perhaps the reason was that the man remembered Theo. As a result, Carlyle went into a toy store that happened to catch his eye. There, he met Charlotte. There was great power in her voice speaking to him. It was magic that unconsciously made him open his mouth and answer all her questions without question. That's when Charlotte, running out to her husband, gave him a handkerchief. How strange. One phrase of Charlotte settled in the man's heart, calm. And his heart was filled with worries and doubts. The handkerchief was filled with the warmth of the person who handed it to him. In front of him stood a kind and strong girl who, despite the rain, was ready to comfort some stranger. The man admitted to Charlotte that when he saw the handkerchief she held out at the funeral, he realized that it had once been her. From that day on, he was constantly waiting for a meeting with Charlotte. The girl listened to the Duke's story. Charlotte admitted that she also thought of the Duke constantly when it was raining outside the window. She wanted to see him at least once. At the moment when the lady spoke these words, dozens of fireworks rang out in the sky. Carlyle's entire body was filled with a sound similar to that of fireworks going off. At that moment, he had a strong feeling that in the future another world would open before him. The next morning, 2 kids, friends, were playing in the yard. Irina asked Miss Lania if she and the Duke had a good time at the festival. Irina mentioned that the newlyweds are now the best period because it is a great time for dating. Baby Danny ran up and hugged his mother. Little Theo looked at it with a sad look, because his friend had a mother. Theo ran to Charlotte and hugged her tightly. Tears of despair rolled from the child's eyes. It's time to go to bed. Little Theo walked all day as if immersed in water. The attending physician said that all of Theo's physical parameters were normal. The boy was completely healthy. He just dreamed of his mother, but no one knew about it. Charlotte kindly read the baby a fairy tale. It was his favorite, about the adventures of Toto Bunny. Theo happily agreed. Charlotte picked up where they left off last time. According to the plot of the fairy tale, the grandmother and Toto started talking, and while they were talking, it got dark on the street. The grandmother looked out the window and anxiously asked if the baby would be able to get home by himself. Brave Toto asked his grandmother not to worry, saying that he was brave. Little Theo mentally asked Toto not to go outside because it was scary there, but Toto walked home through a strong wind and suddenly heard a wolf. Later, Toto ran towards the house, tripped and fell. He was scared and started calling his mother. A mother who heard her child's voice went through the dark forest to take him home. Toto was grateful to his mother that she came to pick him up. Little Theo suddenly began to cry a lot. Charlotte hugged the baby, trying to calm him down. She began to mentally scold herself for reading such an exciting fairy tale to the baby. Theo rolled his eyes and said that Toto had a mom, and he didn't. The boy began to cry even harder. Charlotte finally understood what was the matter. The girl asked Theo if he wanted to go to his mother. The resourceful lady wanted to show the boy her portrait. Theo saw the family portrait for the first time. His mother is so beautiful. Carlyle has changed a lot since then. In the picture, he was still small, but he looked a little scared. Theo looked at his mother with a tender look. The boy asked Charlotte where his mother was now. The girl decided to tell that his mother had to say goodbye to him a long time ago, when he was still very small. The boy was upset that he would never be able to see his mother next to him again. Talk to her, hold her hand. Charlotte told Theo that her mother loved him very much, loves and will love him. The baby cried even more. Charlotte's heart sank. She gently hugged the baby to her. The lady tried to calm the boy and promised that whenever he wanted to see his mother, they would come here to look at her. Charlotte found it strange that there was an empty space next to Carlyle in the picture. Since Carlyle was an only child at the time, why didn't he just sit in the middle? Charlotte wanted to touch the empty place where someone seemed to be missing. Suddenly, after touching the painting, it magically glowed. A bright glow blinded Charlotte and the baby. Another child appeared in the picture. It was a boy who looked exactly like Carlyle. Around the child's neck was part of the pendant Carlyle had given the girl. Each of the boys in the picture had a piece of a pendant. Inquisitive Theo asked who this boy was, who suddenly appeared in the picture. A name that was not there before also appeared on the pendant. It was Edgar Heinst. Charlotte guessed who was in front of her since it was written in the book, eldest son of the Heinst family and twin brother of Carlyle, who died 16 years ago. Suddenly, a butler entered the room. The man asked Charlotte what she had done with the picture. The girl replied that she only lightly touched her. The man asked not to tell anyone about what she saw today. The butler asked Charlotte to leave the room because he wanted to put her in order. The girl suggested Theo to go back to bed. The boy quietly told the girl that he did not need to see his mother. Charlotte wondered the reason for such a sudden decision. Theo, settling nicely in the crib, said that he had said goodbye to his mother. The boy said that he still has a little sister and a little brother. Charlotte was delighted at such a courageous act of the kid. He seemed to understand everything, but let his mother go. She will remain only in his heart forever. Charlotte stroked the baby's head until he fell asleep. What is seen in the family portrait cannot be a mistake. It's definitely Edgar Heinst. In the original book, Edgar Heinst died as a child. This happened through Marquis Petrion's family, as he was mistaken for Carlyle. Marquis Petrion aimed at Carlyle, for he was Rosetto, but Edgar looked exactly like his brother, so he became the victim. After everything was revealed, Marquis Petrion's family was destroyed. But the real problem was Carlyle, who survived. His mana faded under the weight of guilt and sadness at the knowledge that Edgar had died because of him. For the sake of saving the last living son, the former Duke and his wife decided to erase the memories of his brother from Carlyle's memory. If they hadn't done that, they would have lost him too. The Edgar story is not something Charlotte needs to get involved in. It is unlikely that he will believe in the existence of an older brother about whom he does not remember anything at all. Although there is something Charlotte has to say about the portrait. Until now, she considered herself only an outside observer who could leave his life at any moment, but this is not the case. Carlyle was honest with Charlotte, and she should do the same. Although Charlotte could not become his real bride, but no one will prevent her from being his friend. Filled with emotions, Charlotte decided to go to Carlyle. When the man opened the door, Charlotte immediately said she had something to tell him. Carlyle kindly invited the girl to his room. He wondered what brought her to him at such a late hour. Charlotte sat in silence, not knowing where to begin the conversation. Carlyle wondered if the girl had come here because of a recent incident. Puzzled, Charlotte asked if Robert had already told him everything. Carlyle was confused. Did Robert have to tell him something? Charlotte admitted that she showed Theo a family portrait today. The man breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was scared because of such a strange beginning of the conversation. Charlotte asked the Duke why he had not shown the child this portrait before. The lady said that Theo missed his mother very much, and she decided to comfort him a little. She had the idea to show what his mother looked like and tell how she loved him from heaven. After the boy saw his mother, he seemed to feel better. Charlotte apologized in advance if she shouldn't have done it. Charlotta guessed that Carlyle was angry because, whatever the reason, she had crossed the line. The girl could not silently watch how the baby was sad. She believed that if Carlyle was disappointed in her, then everything was already done. The Duke seemed to react calmly. He just asked about Theo's reaction. Charlotte said the baby was incredibly happy. The lady noticed that Carlyle's face showed a strange emotion. She thought it would be right to leave him alone now. Also, the lady had to tell her husband about how Theo misses his mother. Charlotte, apologizing once more, headed for the door. The man thanked the lady for her sincere concern for Theo. Charlotte said she didn't need a thank you because she somehow made Theo's dream and wish come true. The lady was never able to tell the secret about her brother. She knew it was bad to hide such things, but she wasn't sure she would ever be able to talk about it. Carlyle felt sorry for his brother and went to his room. The man was watching the sleeping baby. He was afraid of hurting the already fragile heart of the baby, so he once again tried not to raise this topic. The Duke believed that he was a weakling. He lacked confidence, so he kept silent. A small noise woke Theo up. The kid was glad to see his brother because they didn't manage to have dinner together that evening. Carlyle asked how the meeting with the portrait went. The kid just said that Mom is beautiful, and he misses her. Theo said that he was sad, but he is fine now, and all because he is not alone, because he has a brother and a sister. The boy said that he loved Carlisle and Charlotte and that they would live together for a long, long time. Carlisle's heart felt warm at those words. The man said that he must. Seeing how easily the Duke answered the child's question, one can conclude that this thought has been in his head for a long time. The man meant to always stay by Charlotte's side. In fact, it can even be called a desire. Carlisle continued to think that maybe the girl who had given him her handkerchief could warm him and Theo with her warmth and atone for their loneliness. The events took place the morning of the next day. Robert came to see Miss Lania. Her husband wanted to introduce her to someone. It was Sir Roandro, who was in the service of the Hainst family. The girl remembered that this was the same magician who had sealed Carlisle's mana, and most likely it was he who erased the memories of Edgar. The man greeted Miss Lania. He frankly said that he wanted to meet her for a long time. Charlotte inquired about the reason for his visit. As it turned out, Theo was still afraid of Sir Roandre. The kid had been facing a lot of difficulties lately, and the man decided to come to check his mana. As it turned out, Theo avoids everything from the magician. Therefore, the man asked Charlotte to help him. The lady happily agreed. You just had to hold the baby in your arms and hug it tightly enough. But Charlotte was quite restless at heart. Although in the original book Roanro was very loyal to Carlisle, so in any case he will not harm the baby. Theo began to fidget, but the man promised to give him chocolate after the session. The kid agreed. Charlotte felt as if something was moving inside her. Maybe after Theo helped her last time she could read his manga. Suddenly the man took Charlotte's hand. She did not understand what was happening. It seemed to her that Roandro was putting a curse on her. The girl tried to pull her hand away. In an instant, Charlotte felt a warm energy flood her body. After some strange manipulations, Robert asked Charlotte what she had seen yesterday in the portrait room. The lady realized that they were checking if she still remembered what she had seen. Charlotte decided to pretend that nothing had happened. The lady said that she had seen a portrait of the late Duke with his wife, and also a child, that is Carlisle. Roandro asked if she had seen anyone else. Charlotte pretended to be surprised because no one else was there. The men decided that everything was successful. The mage erased those memories. Roandro, smiling sweetly, said that he had done his job and had to leave the estate. Charlotte tried to be kind. The lady said she hoped for a quick meeting. She thanked him for taking care of Theo. She also wished him to be careful on the way back. When the magician left, Charlotte rushed to Theo because he was sitting with his eyes closed. The girl asked the kid about the portrait. To her surprise, the baby did not remember anything. When the lady asked about another child, Theo looked at her in confusion as he didn't remember anyone else there. I managed to erase it from the kid's memory. Now Charlotte was sure that the memories of the portrait, or rather of Edgar, were erased in the same way that Carlisle's memory was once erased, but there was something that troubled Charlotte. Why did she remember everything? Was it because of the energy that the lady felt inside her? If the question was related to magic, then she needed to ask about what the magician had. Charlotte decided to talk to Sir Ain. Charlotte asked the man about the ability to dispel magic. The girl decided to cheat and told that yesterday Theo was playing with magic, and when she tried to stop him, she felt the movement of mana in her body. Sir Ain was surprised as there was no record of a suitable person who could use nullification magic. The man lit a fire in his palm and asked Charlotte to put it out. The girl concentrated on the sensations of mana, which sways in her stomach, like yesterday. The lady held her hand near the fire. She again felt a warm feeling that ran down her arms. The feelings were almost the same, but she could not extinguish the fire. The man tried to encourage Charlotte. Canceling curses is not simple magic. He advised her to take some time in the future to practice with him. Charlotte thanked. Carlisle, Charlotte, and Theo were sitting at the table. They ate a delicious dessert. The kid thought that Charlotte was in a bad mood today. In order to somehow encourage the girl, the kid suggested that she go see a beautiful picture today. Charlotte didn't think Carlisle was ready to meet his parents, but to her great surprise, the Duke graciously agreed. At that moment, they went to the painting. Charlotte was worried about her husband because it was difficult for him to talk about his late mother before. Soon they were standing in front of the family picture. Theo was very happy to see his mother. Charlotte noticed that Edgar was no longer in the picture. The lady thought that it was difficult for her husband. He probably still lacks the courage to look into his mother's eyes. Mom is the person Carlisle misses, but at the same time, the memories of her hurt him. Charlotte came up and took the Duke's hand. She said that everything is fine, and if the man lacks courage, then there is no need to try to overpower himself. Mental wounds are not so easy to heal. If you crawl out of your skin to recover as quickly as possible, the recovery process can only be delayed. Charlotte told Carlisle that he didn't have to pretend he forgot everything. Everything is fine. Charlotte was worried it would only get worse. The girl believed that if she and Theo will be around, then in the future the Duke will definitely feel better. The lady advised her husband to calm down and go home. The Duke replied that he was fine when they were together. He looked at Charlotte with incredible tenderness. The man was glad that she was his bride, and that fate had brought them together in such a strange way. Little Theo did not stop saying that his mother was very beautiful. He admired her. He was sorry that she could not hold him, because he is still so small. It felt as if the whole family had gathered together. It was a moment when a meeting took place that could not have happened in reality. Carlisle's expression is both the same as that rainy day 2 years ago and a little different at the same time. The sadness on the face remained, but a small smile appeared. It was a smile that meant the wounds in his heart were slowly healing. He looks more relaxed now. The man seemed to understand how futile his attempts to suppress his pain were. It was nice to see that family members whom he tried to forget are returning to his heart again, but someone still remained outside the Duke's memory. As in the past, no one knows about Edgard, and he continues to remain completely alone. After that, the days began to drag on, similar to each other. Charlotte continued to practice nullification magic with Sir Ain, but there was no particular result. Sir Ain said to Charlotte, "Make a wish sincerely, and then maybe she will succeed." But it was a rather ambiguous phrase. After that conversation, Theo went to look at the Duchess's portrait every day. Edgar was still forgotten by everyone. Robert secretly followed Charlotte. He seemed to be checking to see if she remembered something she didn't need to know. A calm, but at the same time stressful everyday life continued. That's how day after day flew by. A martial arts tournament was approaching. Charlotte's brothers came to visit her again. It so happened that the lady could not attend the martial arts tournament. Jake wondered, is it difficult to properly provide security because of a large crowd of people? Jake believed that the skills of the Duke and his knights were in a very poor state. Charlotte asked her brother to calm down. After all, the lady just didn't want to make extra trouble. Jake didn't like that very much. The man believed that if his sister continued in the same spirit, soon she would not be able to go anywhere at all. She probably wants to spend her life being closed within the 4 walls of the estate. Isaac was also on the side of his brother and believed that he was saying everything correctly. But Charlotte knew she couldn't go to the martial arts tournament because she was worried about Theo. The lady could not imagine how she would explain everything to her brothers. Jake noticed that Saint also regularly attends the martial arts tournament. Charlotte asked if the brother meant Saint Teresa. Her husband was talking about her. This made Charlotte think, if there will be a holiday there, then in this case the girl decided that it is worth going. Charlotte saw this as a chance to ask the saint about annulment magic. Jack continued to believe that it was the Duke who was keeping her from leaving the estate. Charlotte sharply shouted, "I will go." Carlisle was surprised, because just a moment ago the girl was categorical. Charlotte explained that she had thought things through and had come to the conclusion that her brother was absolutely right. She said she would tell the Duke that she wanted to attend the martial arts tournament. The brother said it was the right decision. Now Charlotte had to decide how best to tell Carlisle. The girl was sure that it would not be a problem. While dining at the table, Charlotte planned to break the news to the Duke. The man noticed that the bride recently wanted to tell him something. The lady looked like a little kitten. She hesitated, as if she did not know how to start a conversation. Carlisle was sure that in any case his answer would be positive. He decided to ask directly if the girl had any problems. Charlotte only said that she wanted to give something to the Duke. She took out a handkerchief decorated with her own hands. Charlotte awkwardly told that although Carlisle does not take part in the martial arts tournament, she wants to give him a present. The Duke was pleasantly surprised. Charlotte worked painstakingly on such beautiful embroidery. The girl also said that you should not look for any hidden meaning in this. She was just doing embroidery on handkerchiefs for the brothers, and decided to make an extra handkerchief for the Duke. The man thanked because he was pleased to receive a gift from the lady. It meant that she made this embroidery with him in mind. Charlotte blushed. The girl looked up and said she had a small request for the Duke. Charlotte's older brothers made it to the finals of a martial arts tournament this year, so she would love to visit the arena to cheer them on, but the lady was very worried about Theo. Carlisle asked what was troubling the girl so much. Since there are a lot of people in the arena and complete chaos reigns, the lady is simply afraid of losing the baby in the crowd of people. In addition, there may be those who want to bake Theo. Herzog assured her that it was not her fault to worry about it. The man proudly said he would protect her and Theo. Charlotte sighed in relief. Herzog, supporting Charlotte, said that worries should be put aside and enjoy the upcoming tournament together. Carlisle clearly said these words without any particular meaning. For unknown reasons, Charlotte's heart began to beat wildly. She didn't know if she was making the right decision. This long-awaited day has come. Little Theo was amazed by such a huge and majestic arena. There were as many people as at the festival. Charlotte, watching Theo's happy face, understood that she had done the right thing by asking Carlisle for a favor. The Crown Prince and the Saint were sitting nearby. Charlotte did not expect to occupy one of the 3 special places. The girl was sure that Carlisle had tried his best. Charlotte tried to be calm and not nervous. They were accompanied not only by knights but also by Sir Ain. Since these are special places, security here is very thorough. The kid, looking around, saw Charlotte's brothers. Theo waved at Jake. The kid wished the men good luck. Carlisle, watching everything around him, felt as if calm. It seemed to him that Charlotte and Theo were having fun and having a good time. Suddenly, Carlisle saw a man who looked suspicious to him. The kid shouted that he was having a lot of fun. Carlisle was happy for the baby and hugged him tightly. His Majesty the Crown Prince rose to make a speech. The man said he paid his respects to everyone who came here today. He wished all participants of the tournament to remain in good health. The kid asked Charlotte what these strange words meant. The lady explained that the man wished that no one would get hurt during the fights. Theo, as if in an adult way, said that these are very valid wishes. The holiday also said a few words. She blessed everyone so that an accident would avoid the participants of the fight. She also wished that no one would be hurt and that everyone would have peace. The tournament for the title of strongest in the empire has begun. All the people started clapping their hands loudly. Charlotte, watching the fencing match, could not believe her eyes. After all, this is the first time she had the chance to watch a battle from such a close distance. Each of the viewers had his favorite. Selina and the maids sat a little further away. Servants clutched their heads from the fierce battle. Selina Lise muttered in a calm tone that if she threw a punch and then a few more, she would put everyone in the arena on their shoulder blades. One of the maids said that Selina was clearly exaggerating. They were talking so loudly that Charlotte looked around. Carlisle didn't understand why the women were having a heated discussion instead of watching the stage. The battle between Sir Isaac Lania and Sir Elliot McGrove is about to begin. Charlotte and Theo cheered for Isaac. Carl came up and put his hand on the bride's shoulder. The man worriedly said that she and Theo needed to leave the arena immediately. The Duke instructed Selina to guard Miss Lania, saying that he would follow them. Charlotte did not understand what happened because she is forced to leave at such an important moment. There was an explosion. The people, who were very frightened, immediately began to rush to the exit. His Highness the Crown Prince, Mrs. Saint, was tried to be escorted to a safe place by the guards. The kid hugged Charlotte and said that he was very scared. Tears of despair flowed from his eyes. Charlotte assured Theo that everything was fine. She said we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Accompanied by Selina, they went to the black exit. For some reason, the door was enchanted and wouldn't open. Sir Ain took matters into his own hands. But no matter how hard the man tried, his magic did not work. The caster is a very strong mage whose skill is higher than that of Sir Ain. Carlyle ordered to use the teleportation spell as soon as possible and get everyone out of here. Theo and Charlotte had to be protected. Sir Ain could only move 2 with his teleportation spell. The man lowered his head and said that he would try to carry out the Duke's order. Charlotte was scared because the others were in danger. The Duke told Charlotte that once she was outside, there was no need to delay, no need to wait for anyone. Charlotte thought Carlyle was saying this as if they would never meet again. Charlotte's heart clenched in pain and with no way out. The man said that they will definitely meet and there is no need to worry. The Duke was very worried about the baby and Charlotte, so the decision was firm. Sir Ain tried to do everything right. The magic circle is not complete. As the man said, 3 people cannot move at once, so it was decided that it would be the kid, and of course Sir Ain, because nothing would work without him. In an instant, they were gone. Carlyle insisted that it was dangerous and that Charlotte should leave the place immediately. The girl convinced that, first of all, it was necessary to give Theo the opportunity to leave because his safety comes first. Carlyle explained that Charlotte's safety was also very important to him. He was frightened by the thought that he might lose his bride. The man took the lady's hand and said that he would protect her. He was willing to do everything possible to ensure that she left this place safely. Carlyle called out to Selina. He ordered her to find the shortest way to another exit. The Duke exclaimed that he would protect Miss Lania, and Selina should take it upon herself to protect her servants. A huge magic ball was flying straight at them. Carlyle grabbed Charlotte and protected her with himself. The man was wounded. When they turned around, they saw Selina and Emma lying motionless on the floor. Charlotte really wanted Carlyle to survive. The lady fell to her knees and begged more than anything in the world for Carlyle to stay alive. The man, looking at how everything was burning, could not understand what had happened. Charlotte felt sick and collapsed. The girl recovered while already in bed. She felt a soft touch, thinking it was Emma. Carlyle sat next to her. The man took her hand, explaining that it was him and everything was fine. He wondered if Charlotte recognized him. The saint said that Charlotte was completely healed. It seems that the girl felt quite well. She excitedly asked the man about his well-being, because at the moment of the explosion he also covered her with himself. Carlyle hugged the lady tenderly. Herzog said that his wound was not serious, so he is doing well. Thanks to the saint's blessing, not even a tiny scar remained on his body. Theo was also safe. Charlotte began to worry about Emma, Selina, and her brothers. Saint wanted to ask the lady about something that happened during the martial arts tournament. The woman asked if Charlotte had ever experienced the act of turning magic into nothingness before. Charlotte asked if it was about undoing the magic spell. She thought. The lady explained that there was no way she could undo such a strong magical spell. But it was absolutely true. The girl did it. Charlotte was able to solve the problem, but not use the magic canceling ability. It sounded pretty awesome. The saint reminded the lady that her thread consists of 2, so you need to be careful. It is not known when they will break up again. Charlotte thought back to their last conversation. Then the lady had no idea what exactly she needed to watch out for, but now it became clear. Sveta explained that if Charlotte uses her power, there will be a blow to the thread of fate, as a result of which she becomes thinner. If the lady continues to use this power, the thread of fate will break, and when that happens, she may die. Charlotte knew without a doubt that if anyone tried to threaten Theo's life again, she would use her power again. Saint understood that there are people whom the girl would like to protect with the help of the magic that she has. But in that case, Charlotte couldn't use it all the more, because at this rate, she will soon be without the people dear to her heart. Saint was forced to leave Charlotte's room. She wished the girl to be careful. Theo suddenly ran into the room. The boy was very happy to see his sister because he missed her incredibly. The maid, with tears in her eyes, thought that something terrible had happened to Charlotte. The lady was amazed that everyone around her was very worried about her. It gave quite a lot of strength to come to my senses as soon as possible. The maid said that the magician of the imperial family tried very hard to get Charlotte out of this state. The girl was interested in all the details. As it turned out, thanks to the magician, the fireball disappeared and the door opened. The maid was infinitely happy that everything ended safely and no one was hurt. Charlotte decided to keep her involvement in this case a secret. In fact, if the truth were told to everyone, it might reveal the fact that Charlotte is a suitable person. The girl knew that she had a special gift, but she wanted to know a little more about it, but she didn't know who to ask about it. Charlotte asked Emma where Sir Ain was now. Emma said that Ain had evacuated Theo, but had exhausted all of his mana and his powers had left him. He only recently came to himself. Little Theo said that his brother was very angry. Charlotte tried to understand what the baby was talking about. At this time, the Duke was talking with Sir Ain. The man was displeased that Ain used a spell to open the door, but it didn't work. Carlyle was furious because he had been supporting a mage who couldn't even open the door all this time. The magician, sincerely repenting, asked the Duke for forgiveness. But the man only said that this was not what he wanted to hear now and demanded the truth from Sir Ain. An enraged Carlyle held a sword in his hands. The man assumed that the magician had not used magic on purpose. Ain was scared because the Duke was quite irritated. The magician kept repeating that he had done nothing wrong and that he was not to blame. Sir Ain said confidently that he could take the oath of allegiance now. The Duke wondered how a mage could speak of an oath of loyalty when his heart would be torn to pieces if he betrayed his master. Ain stood his ground because he was sure of himself. Carlyle, thinking it over, decided that if Sir Ain, one of the most talented magicians in the Empire, couldn't do anything with that spell, then there was a wizard they didn't know about. The Duke, having calmed down a little, asked the magician to leave. Chase immediately entered the room. The man seems to have found the culprit in this unpleasant situation. This is Maurice Federo. He is Sir Roandro's apprentice. Carlyle began to wonder why Roandro's apprentice was on the suspect list. The man who carried out the attack during the martial arts tournament is not some sorcerer. They were dealing with a mage so great that even Ain's spells seemed powerless against his magic. Wizards of this level must regularly report on their activities and movements, but there is no information about where Maurice Federo is and what he does. The Duke sternly said that from today his estate would be his residence. Carlyle ordered everything to be prepared for the move. Charlotte and Theo were lying in the room. The baby was sleeping. It seems that he is very tired from continuing to take care of Charlotte. When the kid saw that his sister was not feeling well, he brought water and stroked her, and did everything to make the girl feel better. Charlotte, admiring Theo, thought that from his cute running back and forth, she might have a heart attack soon. It was obvious that the baby felt anxious. Charlotte gently kissed the baby on the forehead, hugged him, and whispered that she would not go anywhere, but would be here next to him. Carlyle entered the room, wanting to check if the bride was all right. He was glad to see Charlotte safe and sound. The man said he made an unexpected decision, but he asked if the lady would not mind moving to his ancestral estate. This place is protected by a magic circle and is much safer in it. This is a mansion in Heinst Feud. Charlotte could see and feel that something was bothering the Duke. The man, lowering his head, said that the head of the guild Deros, who once tried to kill Theo, told him strange words before his death. It seems that the Duke has accumulated many enemies during his life. Carlyle blamed himself because he was sure that this was all happening because of him, and he was frightened by the thought that Charlotte and Theo were in danger because of him. She tried to convince the Duke that he was not guilty. Sleeping, Theo whispered that he wanted chocolate. It was quite funny. The Duke carefully covered the baby, who was sleeping so sweetly. He must have dreamed of something wonderful. Charlotte met Ain this morning. She continued to practice magic. This time the girl extinguished the fire that was on Ain's hand, but it wasn't like undue magic. As it turned out, Charlotte does not dispel the spell, but rather blocks the mana in the body of the caster. This is probably because she is a suitable person. If this is the reason, then everything fell into place. Charlotte blocked Roandro's mana that day. It was similar to how she calmed down Theo's magical power earlier. Emma entered the room and informed that everything was ready for departure. Charlotte will have to find out everything else at the Heinz family estate. Leaving the house, Charlotte saw Theo and Carlisle waiting for her. They said goodbye to everyone and were ready to leave. Carlisle gave the lady an elegant hand. Baby Theo gave Charlotte a pen. The three of them stood in a magic circle. In one moment, the ancestral estate of Heinz appeared before them. Charlotte was amazed by the grandeur of the house. It was huge and extremely beautiful. First of all, Charlotte noticed the fountain, which was simply incredible, as well as the greenhouse, which she had never seen before. The lady felt as if she had fallen into a fairy tale. Charlotte looked at everything with such interest that Carlisle began to laugh at her a little. Sir Roandro came to meet them. The man said that he was glad to see everyone. Charlotte and Roandro had not seen each other for a long time. The magician remembered and said that the last time they met was when Charlotte saw a special portrait. It seemed to the girl that Roandro was trying to check her. Carlisle wondered what such a portrait was in question. Roandro, realizing that he babbled too much, said that he happened to mention a matter unrelated to Charlotte. After all, with age, the man's memory began to fail him often. Carlisle was outraged by Roandro's words. The Duke hoped that the man would not answer the questions he would later ask him exactly like that. The man asked Charlotte to go into the room with Theo. Carlisle was determined to talk to Roandro. He was interested in all the details about the magician's apprentice, Maurice Federo. Roandro wondered why Carlisle had this child. The Duke was getting a little nervous. He wanted the mage to answer his questions clearly. Carlisle reminded him that Roandro had an oath of loyalty engraved on his heart. The magician knew that Maurice was looking for a suitable person. The Duke inquired whether it was he who had given him such an order. As it turned out, this was an order from Roandro himself. He did this deliberately to be ready for any eventuality. After all, you can never guess what might happen. The Duke became nervous during this conversation because he personally knew nothing about it. Roandro said it was the order of the late Duke. He said to keep everything a secret from Carlisle. The man looked suspiciously at the mage, not fully believing his words. It seemed his father didn't trust Carlisle, if that was true. The magician did not report Maurice's whereabouts during the report because the fact that Theo is a rosette could become known. That's why I had to keep quiet. The Duke had Maurice Federo summoned immediately. A week ago, the teacher asked Maurice to work harder, and now he is distracting himself from his work and tells him to come to him immediately. On the way, the magician heard voices in the greenhouse. He saw Theo and Charlotte. The man assumed that she was Theo's tutor because he had never seen her before. The kid, hearing the noise, turned back. He saw a strange man. Maurice greeted and introduced himself, but Theo got scared and hid behind Charlotte's dress. The magician apologized because he didn't want to scare anyone. Maurice looked up at Charlotte. He was fascinated by her incredible beauty. The girl has such silky hair, shining eyes, and in general, everything about her is charming. In all his life, Maurice had never seen a more beautiful girl. He took her hands in his hands. The man fell in love so much that he immediately offered to start a close relationship with him. Charlotte stood with wide eyes. She couldn't say a word at first. She had never received such a quick offer. Little Theo, getting angry, tried to separate their hands. The boy said he was a bad man, and they needed to get out of here. Maurice was in a hurry to tell the kid that he was not bad at all. Suddenly, Carlisle came up and asked, "What have you done here?" Maurice greeted the Duke with a bow. Mage thought Carlisle was pretty pissed off. Maurice did not understand what was the reason for the Duke's behavior. Carlisle was followed by Roandro. The magician told Maurice to display his good manners and congratulate his lordship's bride, Miss Charlotte Lania. Maurice felt uncomfortable because he did not know that she was the Duke's bride. The man lowered his eyes, hiding his gaze. It turns out that the man confessed his feelings to his bride right in front of the Duke. The Duke told Maurice to follow him. The man was ashamed of his act. He believed that his social life was over. After all, you need to think first and then act. Roandro, Maurice, and Carlisle went to a separate room. The Duke asked directly if Maurice had come to the capital a week ago. The man said no. Then the Duke said that the attack had taken place on the afternoon of the final martial arts tournament. It looked like it was the first time Maurice had heard of it. His Highness the Crown Prince and the saints were present there. It was incomprehensible that a man who had lost all fear dared to take such a step. The Duke said frankly that he was looking for this daredevil, and after he finds him, he will issue a death sentence. Carlyle also added that he planned to cut his throat right away. Maurice was frightened because, according to the Duke, he was the main suspect. The magician fell to his knees and swore that he was not involved in this incident. The Duke asked the reasons why he should believe him. A week ago, Morris was at the Dallas estate. He had orders to find a suitable person, so he went there. The Duke wanted confirmation because he had little faith in it. The teacher said not to reveal his location, so there are no witnesses. It turns out that nobody can confirm Maurice's presence. The Duke asked the magician to open the chest. Depending on whether it opens or not, it will become known whether the man is involved in this. Maurice realized that if he opened the chest, the suspicions would be removed, or, on the contrary, will it worsen his position? Once upon a time, Ian closed the chest with one of his most powerful spells. Among those who can use magic equivalent to Ains, Maurice is the only one whose whereabouts on the day of the martial arts tournament remain unknown. If suddenly Maurice can open this chest with the help of magic, most likely he will have to pay for what happened that day with his life. Maurice dropped to his knees and tried to open the casket. Nothing happened to the magician. A spell is placed on the chest, which the man cannot dispel. Roandro told the Duke that if he continued to suspect the man, he would prepare everything for an oath of allegiance. Carlyle replied that nothing was needed and that Roandro could go. Maurice breathed a sigh of relief. The Duke asked Maurice to stay for a while. He asked the man how he was doing with finding a suitable person. Maurice said the search is currently unsuccessful. It is quite difficult to choose those who meet all the criteria. A suitable person is one who has survived death. This is someone who once really stopped breathing. The Duke was surprised because he did not know such facts before. Does Charlotte ever experience death? Maurice told Carlyle that there was someone else besides him who revealed those who were on the verge of death. The Duke thought, "Who is this?" If there are those who are looking for a suitable person, then there is another outlet. Carlyle asked if Maurice had been able to find out anything about these people. Maurice was just about to start looking for information, but he was called to the residence. But the man guessed where they could be headed. Rumors about a young lady named Penelope O'Hane reached the magician. About 7 years ago, she fell into the water and almost died. Herzog thought that maybe she was a suitable person. There is a good chance that these people will also go to Lady O'Hane. The Duke ordered to gather information about Penelope O'Hane. Also, the man, having finished, told Morris not to cling to Miss Lanaya. The magician understood everything and promised that this would not happen again. For a while, everything was fine. And then again, a bad streak. Why do troubles happen one after another, as if they are endless? Carlyle was worried about the pain in her chest. The man knew that if he was in so much pain, then the anniversary of his mother's death was about to come. Charlotte and Theo were sitting at the table. Carlyle also missed his meal today. The kid was bored. He had already thought that his brother would never eat with them now. Charlotte calmed the baby down, saying that her husband had a lot of work to do. Emma came in and gave some details. She found out why my lord has been refusing food lately. The anniversary of the death of the late Duchess will soon come. Now everything became clear to Charlotte. She noticed that it had become very gloomy in the estate. However, Charlotte couldn't let Carlyle miss meals. The girl suggested Theo to go straight to her brother's office and eat there. The kid happily agreed. Carlyle was a little shocked. Within minutes, there was already a large amount of food on his desk. He was very pleased that someone cared about him. Still, the man replied that he was not hungry. The kid was surprised how you cannot want to eat, being hungry all day. An angry Charlotte said that if Carlyle wouldn't eat, she wouldn't touch the food either. Skipping all meals was something that Charlotte, as a friend of the Duke, could not look on silently. Herzog was puzzled by the word friend. Carlyle did not expect such a turn of events. It seemed to Charlotte that she and Carlyle had already established friendly relations. The man was just thinking about something in silence. Charlotte asked sadly if Carlyle was going to eat at all. The man took a fork and started stabbing the meat. Charlotte and Theo rejoiced. They wished the Duke good luck. The man was troubled by what Charlotte said. Come to think of it, he never really tried to establish clearly what kind of relationship he and Charlotte had. At the moment when Carlyle was depressed, it started raining. Charlotte tried with all her might to encourage the Duke, but everything turned out to be in vain. Perhaps the heavens behave as they do because they know that the anniversary of the death is approaching. Carlyle and Theo lost their mother 2 years ago. It was too short a time to heal the pain of loss. The Duke looked as if he had gone back 2 years, like on this day. Charlotte asked the baby if he would stay with Emma for a little while. She wanted to go to Carlyle and promised to return quickly. Non-healing wounds seemed about to knock him off his feet. Therefore, Charlotte could not help but go to him. The lady really wanted to support the Duke, because at such moments it is very difficult. The consolation was a little too much, and Charlotte wondered how she could cheer the Duke up. It's so hard to find the right words right now. Carlyle held back tears. Even at such a moment he could not afford to cry. The Duke told Charlotte that it was pouring today. He whispered that he could be alone and let her and Theo return to the estate. Charlotte burst into tears. Now Carlyle was trying to calm her down. The lady wished the Duke's smile wasn't so sad. The girl could barely hold back the tears that wanted to spill out. The girl asked the Duke to cry as much as he wanted, at least once. She gently took his hand and pressed it to her chest. Charlotte whispered softly that everything would be fine. It may take some time, but eventually the day will come when the sun will peek through the clouds. One day, the day when the soul is cold and incredibly painful, will be behind us. Carlyle is not to blame for what happened. Charlotte told the Duke once more that he must cry, and then it would be much easier. Tears flowed from the husband's eyes, and he hugged the bride tightly. They stood for a long time, hugging. Later they sat in silence, just looking at each other. Charlotte couldn't help but look at the Duke. She said that as a friend she should support him in difficult moments. Carlyle asked if Charlotte thought their relationship was friendly. The girl thought she had asked a tactless question and apologized. It seemed to her that after the martial arts tournament, they became closer. Therefore, at her discretion, she decided that they were friends. Suddenly, Carlyle got down on one knee in front of Charlotte. The man tenderly and sensually kissed her hand. Later, he pressed Charlotte's hand to his chest. The man gave Charlotte another chance to think if they were just friends. His voice was so charming. The lady stopped herself because this was not the time for such thoughts. Charlotte tried not to be distracted by nonsense. She must make a magic stone as soon as possible. The lady couldn't help but remember the touch of their hands. Carlyle's hands then burned like fire. Charlotte thought his rosette was about to get out of control. The mana that has been sealed inside his body for most of his life is being released. But there was something strange here. In the original novel, the seal was broken after Theo's death. But now, Theo is alive and well, so why is the seal starting to break down? Charlotte couldn't sit idly by. Whatever the reason, she needs the magic stone. Unlike in the original novel, now that Carlyle is not with Penelope, she is the only one who can at least do something. The girl understood that she needed to try to concentrate again, thinking about the streams of mana moving through her body. Just a little bit more, and Charlotte will be fine. But again, failure. She was always at the same moment. Charlotte's hands fell. She practiced for several days in a row, but there was no progress. Little Theo walked into the room. The lady asked if Theo took good care of his toys. The kid had a question. He asked what Charlotte loved most in the world. Well, except for Theo, of course, Charlotte thought. She said she likes flowers. The yellow flowers that bloomed at Lanaya's estate where she used to live. This flower was also embroidered on Charlotte's handkerchief. The kid unexpectedly ran somewhere. Charlotte looked down at her hands. She wondered how to make a magic stone for her. The lady had thoughts to turn to someone for help. The girl thought that this would be the best solution. How had she not thought of it before? Charlotte decided that that person would be Maurice. Seeing her husband, she caught up with him. Maurice was not happy that Charlotte was calling him because they are not worth seeing. The man asked the girl not to approach him. Charlotte did not understand what was the matter. Maurice declined to comment. He continued walking as if nothing had happened. The man tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Charlotte asked if everything was okay. Maurice tried to find out why Charlotte was so stubbornly pursuing him. He was the only one who could help Miss Lanea. Charlotte was interested in the magic that flew from the tips of the fingers. There was one way to do it. But Maurice refused. He apologized but said he could not help Miss Linnea. The magician explained that in order for him to be able to help Charlotte, he needed to take her hand, but if the Duke finds out about it, his head will fly off his shoulders. Miss Linnea was firmly convinced that the man should not worry. The Duke is quite a good man, but he will not pay attention to such trifles. Maurice didn't need trouble, so he tried to refuse once more. Miss Linnea, without waiting long, put her hand on Maurice's. Charlotte asked what to do next. She really began to ask her husband to agree to help her. The girl promised that she would keep everything a secret. Maurice asked Charlotte to keep this secret for sure. Little Theo came to his brother's room. The child looked quite angry. The Duke asked worriedly what had happened. The kid said that Uncle the magician was holding his little sister's hand. The Duke asked if Ain had taken Charlotte's hand. Theo replied that no, it was another mage with hair like snow. Understanding how Maurice ignored the Duke's warning, one could say that he had gone completely mad. Come to think of it, Maurice isn't the only one who's gone crazy. Under the pretext of practicing magic, Ain meets Charlotte quite often. The Duke was forced to take measures. The kid saw the handkerchief in his brother's hands. The boy understood that it was a gift from Charlotte because it had yellow tulips, which the girl told about. The Duke was going to give Charlotte a gift in return as well. The girl practiced magic under the control of Maurice. She showed him how to do everything, and again there was a failure in the same place. She did not understand what she was doing wrong. Maurice also encountered this for the first time. He promised that he would try to find out what the problem was. Suddenly, Carlyle entered the room. The man seriously asked if Charlotte could give him a moment of her time. Charlotte thanked Sir Ain for today's lesson. The magician promised to find a solution to the problem and asked not to worry too much about it. Maurice was a little beside himself because the Duke now knows everything. Charlotte and Carlyle went to the greenhouse. The man wanted to show the bride something. He hoped she would like it. It was incredible. A huge number of yellow flowers were everywhere. The lady was enchanted by such beauty. These were flowers that can only be seen in Feodalania. As it turned out, Theo told the Duke about Charlotte's favorite flowers, and the man wanted to give the girl such an unusual gift. Charlotte had tears of joy in her eyes. These flowers reminded her of home. She was very grateful to the Duke for such a pleasant surprise to her heart. Carlyle said he had something else for Miss Linnea. The man opened the box, which contained a very beautiful ring. Herzog explained that at first he did not understand what and why, but now he managed to understand his feelings. Carlyle was finally convinced. From that moment, when Charlotte soothed him, crying like a baby, gently saying that everything was going to be okay. Herzog admitted that no one had ever said such phrases to him. Cold and unbearable days may come again in his life, but if Charlotte will be next to him in such moments, then he was sure that everything will be fine. Carlyle asked the girl to hold out her hand. The lady, on the contrary, pressed her hands to herself, saying that she could not be a good partner for her husband. She tried to reassure Carlyle that she was not a great match for him. Charlotte bluntly said that the Duke should meet with another person. Charlotte also said that it would be right to remain just friends. She is ready for him to be a friend with whom he can share his problems. The Duke believed that Charlotte needed time to understand that she was the best match for him. The man closed the box and gave it to Charlotte. The Duke also whispered that he could wait as long as he wanted. It's Theo's birthday. Preparation was in full swing. Charlotte was reading a list of things that still needed to be done. The food was prepared. All that remained was to wait for delivery. Emma suddenly called out to Charlotte. She said that they had brought a birthday cake. The lady asked if the cake was really chocolate, and nothing was confused. Emma assured her that it was exactly the kind of cake Theo liked. Another gift was also delivered. Unexpectedly, Irina and Danny appeared from behind, scaring Charlotte a little. They came to surprise Theo on his birthday. Charlotte thanked them profusely for this, as Theo would be very happy to see them. The kid came running because he was told that his present was already here. Theo couldn't believe his eyes. This is Danny's friend. The children ran to meet each other, and in a matter of seconds they were already hugging. It was a great decision to come here, because the children are incredibly happy to see each other. Charlotte and Irina were sitting at the table talking sweetly. The children played happily. Irina said that the children had not played together in the garden for a long time. Irina also saw an incredibly large number of yellow flowers. The woman drew attention to the fact that these are the same flowers embroidered by Charlotte on the handkerchief. She was happily surprised, but she was sure that it was the Duke who gave such a decree. The woman lowered her eyes and saw a ring on Charlotte's finger. Irina was very happy that everything was fine with the newlyweds. The ring was on the ring finger of the right hand. A beautiful blue diamond sparkled in the sun. Such a decoration is quite difficult to find. It seems that the Duke decided in this way to compensate for the fact that he presented Charlotte with an engagement ring rather late. Irina believed that the Duke valued Charlotte very much. The woman also said that they looked great together. Charlotte now understood the purpose for which Carlyle had asked her to wear the ring. Also, the man said that if she, being engaged to him, would not wear the ring, it would cause a lot of suspicion from those around her. Carlyle explained to Charlotte that if she felt uncomfortable, he asked her to consider it a request for the duration of their contract. Looking back, Charlotte suddenly realized that she hadn't had the chance to cross paths with Carlyle since that conversation. Unexpectedly moved someone else's heart and immediately disappeared from sight. Since Charlotte refused him, he is naturally uncomfortable seeing her. Charlotte seems to have come to her senses. She refused him, and now she can't find a place for herself. The lady suddenly burst into tears. Irina, who was sitting next to her, did not understand what had happened. Charlotte pulled herself together and said she was fine. Just thinking about Theo's upcoming birthday party was making her a little nervous. Irina, laughing, said that there was no reason to worry. She managed to notice that the entire preparation was impeccable. But Charlotte was worried because Carlyle would definitely be there on the day of the birth. Theo's birthday has arrived. The kid saw his huge chocolate cake. He felt happy. Everyone around congratulated him on his holiday. The first gift was from my sister. Theo wanted to open it immediately. It was a pretty cute bunny. Tuto is the main character of Theo's favorite book. The kid hugged the hare tightly. Carlyle also entered the room, who was also in a hurry to give a gift to his younger brother. The Duke first approached Charlotte and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He noticed that the ring he had given her sparkled on her ring finger. The kid was very happy to see Carlyle and was looking forward to the gift. At first, Theo boasted about the Toto bunny, which Charlotte had given him. Later, with his little hands, he began to open his brother's gift. To the great surprise of the kid, the same bunny appeared in the box. Theo stared fixedly at two identical toys. Later he jumped up, rejoicing that he now had two. So. Theo ran to Danny to show off his gifts. The festive treat has begun. Children, enjoying themselves, ate goodies. Charlotte was holding a glass of champagne. On a day when the atmosphere is filled with joy, for some reason Charlotte felt sad. The lady decided to go and air her head on the terrace after drinking a glass of alcohol. Charlotte tripped on the stairs, but Carlyle caught her. The man noticed that Charlotte drank too much champagne. Carlyle suggested Charlotte go get some fresh air on the terrace. Charlotte agreed because she was heading there anyway. The Duke offered the bride his company, but she proudly said that you can do it yourself. The man told the lady that in the future he will always give her only the best, and he does not want to let go of her hand even for a second. Carlyle shook Charlotte's hand, and they went outside. It was a beautiful, quiet evening outside. The bright moon illuminated everything around. Charlotte thought deeply. She was thinking about her birthday and about the seaweed soup that her mother made that day. Charlotte was never able to eat this soup because she did not have time for class in the morning. The girl didn't even touch the soup, just vented her anger on her mother. If Charlotte had only known that this would be the last time, she would have behaved very differently. She would eat this soup with pleasure and would certainly thank her mother for everything. Tears appeared in Charlotte's eyes. Memories flooded the girl. She missed her mother very much, very much. Carlyle tried to comfort the girl. He asked why she hadn't told him earlier that she missed her family so much. Charlotte said that even if she misses her parents, she still won't be able to see them. If she had talked about it all the time before, she would have wanted to see her mother even more. Charlotte snuggled into Carlyle's chest. He gently stroked her hair and tried to find the right words. Carlyle never even thought that the girl would miss her family. He knew what it was like to miss his mother because he lost his mother a long time ago. Charlotte's mother is alive, and that's the most important thing. They stood for a long time under the shining moon, hugging each other. A sunny morning has come. Charlotte did not remember how she got to the room yesterday. The girl heard the voices of her brothers who had come to visit her. Jake was behaving rather strangely. He began to joyfully shout his sister's name and wave his hands at her. Isaac was ashamed of his brother's behavior because people were looking at them. Charlotte also saw her mother and father. How long have they not seen each other? In a few minutes they were all sitting at the table. Charlotte inquired about the reason for such an unexpected but joyful arrival. As it turned out, the Duke urgently sent a man to them yesterday, also prepared a carriage to take them to the Duke's residence. The mother said sincerely that she felt the Duke's appreciation for Charlotte. The mother admitted that she was quite worried about such an unexpected engagement, but now she saw that it was in vain. Charlotte said that her mother had no reason to worry because Carlyle was a really sensitive, kind, and gentle man. The father said he heard his daughter was injured during a martial arts tournament. He asked about Charlotte's health because he was worried about his daughter. The lady, in turn, replied that everything had been fine with her for a long time. Jake acted like a child. Isaac again asked him to match his age. The door to the room opened and the Duke entered. Theo, seeing his brother, was the first to rejoice. Carl thanked Charlotte's parents for coming all the way to get here. Charlotte's father said it wasn't difficult, as the Duke had made sure they could use the mana portal. Her trip was quite comfortable. Carlyle said that he had just stopped by to say hello and had to leave them now. Charlotte called out to the Duke. She said that she was sincerely grateful to him, and I am also grateful for the flowers in the greenhouse. She never stopped thanking him for everything he does for her. Carlyle only said that he would do anything for Charlotte. The man sincerely asked her to stay here forever, together with him and Theo. The kid called his sister, saying that if she did not return to the celebration, Theo would eat all the chocolate. Charlotte and Carlyle said their goodbyes briefly. The lady, hearing such words, could not just take it and leave. After this conversation, Carlyle really stayed true to his word. He was really ready to do anything for Charlotte. During the week that Charlotte's family stayed at the Duke's residence, the lady really felt like she was at home. It felt as if Charlotte had another family. When the evening came, the baby came to Charlotte's room. He was scared. He was afraid that wolves would come here. Charlotte offered to stay and sleep with her because in this case the wolves would definitely not come. The girl covered Theo and wished a good night. Someone knocked on the room. Charlotte was even a little scared because it was already very late. The first thing that came to her mind was a possible unpleasantness that happened unexpectedly. Theo stubbornly did not want to let Charlotte go. The kid was scared, but said that there was a ghost behind the door, howling and knocking. The baby's words also made Charlotte uncomfortable because the knocking made her goosebumps. When it started to lighten outside, it became even scarier. The kid was shaking all over. Charlotte tried to pull herself together and try to calm Theo down. She definitely understood that it was not a ghost and she needed to open the door. Charlotte nevertheless opened the door with trepidation. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the Duke in front of her. The man noticed that she was too pale and asked if everything was okay. Charlotte frankly said that because of the words about ghosts, she got a little nervous. Charlotte heard that the baby was shaking with fear and crying. Theo hid under the covers. Charlotte came up and took Theo in her arms. She said it was just his brother came and no one else. Carlyle came in just to see if Theo was with Charlotte, after he made sure he wanted to go home. But the kid began to beg Carlyle to stay. Theo said he was afraid. Charlotte also started asking Carlyle to stay until the baby fell asleep. The Duke was a little sad because he still had a lot of work to do, but he himself is to blame for everything. By deciding to come here at such a late hour, he only scared Theo. After a few minutes, the baby was sleeping soundly. The Duke asked Charlotte if she had said goodbye to her relatives before leaving. Their arrival was a surprise, and the time spent together was priceless. Charlotte was very grateful to Carlyle for such a wonderful gift. Since Theo was already asleep, Carlyle decided to go to his place, but the baby did not sleep soundly enough and pulled his brother's shirt, so the man had to stay for a while longer. The Duke, climbing over the bed, accidentally found himself on top of Charlotte. They both felt awkward at that moment. The Duke felt a strong rush of love and gently kissed the bride on the lips. Then he stood up abruptly and said he was leaving. Charlotte was not herself. Her face turned beet red. She did not know how to be now and how to behave with the Duke. The girl did not expect such a turn of events. Carlyle went to work as usual, but he kept thinking about this case. How could he behave like that after the promise not to hurry? He was ashamed of his act. So far, the person behind the attack on the martial arts tournament has not been found. Chase said that they are continuing the painstaking investigation but are still stuck in one place. Herzog kept thinking about who it could be. It is almost impossible to bypass all its sources in this empire. Who wanted to harm a small child? In fact, the mysterious man hired a hitman to keep his hands dirty, but the killer couldn't do anything now because Carlyle, Charlotte, and Theo had moved. The mysterious man believed that this was a rather banal reason why the killer could not do his job. The hired man explained that the Heinz mansion was under the influence of ancient magic, so physical and magical attacks there were pointless. Before the Duke leaves the residence, it will be difficult to carry out an attempt. The mysterious man angrily stepped on the murderer's hand and wanted to kill him for nothing because there was no benefit from him. Without thinking for a long time, he did so. Then the man turned to other losers. He wondered if it would be difficult for them to kill Theo. In case of refusal, he will also kill them. One of the men had an idea, which he whispered into the mysterious man's ear. The man liked the idea. He opened the chest and took out the jar that contained the crystal. To implement this plan, you need to use this valuable thing. She had to be sent with a messenger. Everything had to be carefully planned. All this was prepared for the young master a long time ago. Meanwhile, Charlotte practiced with Sir Ain. The girl stumbled again at the same moment. As soon as the magic stone began to take shape, it instantly broke into small pieces. Ain also couldn't understand why this was happening. If Charlotte didn't have the ability to create magic stones, then she wouldn't be able to shape him at all. But the lady's stone has a shape and clear contours. Perhaps it has something to do with the nature of her mana. Normal mana takes the form of magic when it leaves the body. But Charlotte's mana does not manifest as magic. It is only used to calm mana. It's likely that something else is needed to complete Charlotte's magic stone. It must be some special ingredient. But in the original novel, Penelope didn't need any special ingredients or circumstances. She never felt any doubts when creating this magic stone. All her attention was given to the care of the estate or the time spent with Carlyle. It's basically the same thing that Charlotte is doing now. Sir Ain suggested that Charlotte go to the Duke's library. Maybe there are books there that will be useful to them. Knowing that they needed a book about magic stones, the Duke handed Charlotte one of the books. When handing over the book, the newlyweds felt awkward. They met for the first time after that incident, which made Charlotte feel even more strange. The girl explained to the Duke that she was trying to make a magic stone to give to Theo, and to Carlyle as well. The Duke said that he had recently received a message from Maurice. Someone who is looking for a suitable person has been found. This is a man with blue eyes. The Duke warned Charlotte that if she saw the blonde with blue eyes, she should run away immediately. Baby Theo was having a nap now. Although the estate is safe, but just in case, you need to warn Theo about this as well. The kid woke up and saw a kitten through the window. The boy opened the window and greeted the animal. The kid asked the kitten where it lost its mother. Theo thought that it was dangerous for an animal to be outside alone. Carlyle had warned his brother even earlier that under no circumstances should he open the window if he was alone in the room. But the kitten meowed so pathetically. Theo decided to help the kitten find its mother. He thought that if he opened the window for a second, nothing bad would happen. The happy kitten jumped right at Theo. The kitten had a pendant around its neck. This is the same pendant that the mysterious man decided to give Theo. The kid had no idea that he was in danger. After Theo touched the pendant, a very strange red magic emanated from the crystal. The baby's body was completely enveloped by it. Charlotte and Carlyle did not even suspect anything at this time because the baby was supposed to be sleeping. Carlyle felt something strange. He decided to go to see Theo immediately. When Charlotte and the Duke came running, there were worried maids standing by the baby's door who couldn't open the door. Carlyle also failed to open the door. As expected, a spell was placed on the door. Somehow Charlotte managed to unlock them. The Duke's heart seemed to stop from horror. The whole room was on fire. Sir Ain, trying to use his magic, asked the Duke to wait a little. This fire was created by magic. It was ignited by Theo himself, and Ain's strength was not enough. Theo had a mana drain. Charlotte felt that she had to go to the baby, but she remembered the words of the saint. If Charlotte continues to use her power, the thread of fate may break. Charlotte was convinced that she had to save Theo, even if there was a good chance that her thread of fate would break. The girl could not do otherwise. Lady is the only one who can calm Theo at such a moment. Carlyle was determined to go with Charlotte. Wrapped in the power of magic, they entered the room and began to look for the baby. Theo sat by the dresser and cried a lot. The boy was very scared, because it was the first time this happened to him. The child was shaking and calling for help. The newlyweds gathered their strength and began to run through the hot fire. The child, seeing his relatives, burst into tears of happiness. The child's mana was unstable. It was necessary to calm him down as soon as possible. Charlotte was worried because she couldn't calm Theo's flow of mana. The kid screamed that he was in a lot of pain. Charlotte gathered her strength and promised Theo that now all his pain would pass. The girl did not succeed, no matter how hard she tried. The child lost consciousness. Charlotte blamed herself for the fact that when the people she loved were having a hard time, she could never do anything. It was like that then and now. Something was beginning to happen with Carlyle. It was his mana. He seemed to take her in his fist, but touched Theo with his hand. Fortunately, the baby began to calm down. The Duke embraced Charlotte tenderly. The man was satisfied with his work, that he was able to save the baby so skillfully. This horror is over. Concerned, Carlyle called the magicians to him. Ain said a stone was found in Theo's room. There was also a dead kitten in the room with this stone hanging around its neck, and this pebble is not simple. It temporarily increased the amount of mana. Everything indicated that the person who did this knew that Theo was a rosette. The goal was to trigger Theo's mana discharge. As it turned out, this stone was cast with a reflection transfer spell. There is a high probability that the person who sent this stone watched what was happening from the very beginning of the event. Ian suggested that if this person had seen Miss Linnea, she might have learned that Charlotte was a suitable person. Although the criminals' plan failed, they were pleased with the information they received. They found out who Charlotte is. The sleeping baby was tormented by horrors. He dreamed of the events of this difficult day. Charlotte tried to be close to Theo because the baby was scared. Lady blamed herself for not being able to be with Theo at that moment. Everything could have been different. Carlyle tried to calm Charlotte down and assured her that it was not her fault. The Duke warned the lady that the stone was under an image transfer spell. The man was sure that the criminals knew that Charlotte was a suitable person. Carlyle understood that Charlotte was in danger. The lady asked not to worry because she deliberately signed the contract, realizing that everything would not be as smooth as she would like. Charlotte said that she is not a coward and is not afraid of such things. The Duke took the lady's hand and tenderly kissed it. He knew how strong the girl was, but he was ready to protect her at any moment. Carlyle was ready to do anything for Charlotte, even if it meant sending her away and never seeing her again. Carlyle was talking to Roandro. The mage reported that Ain also swore allegiance to the master. Maybe he will be sick for a few days. The spell associated with the giving of one's heart is difficult enough. Carlyle complained to Roandro that Theo had been sleeping very badly for several days. It seems that he constantly remembers these terrible events. The magician knew how to help the kid. You can simply seal the memories of the moment of the fire. Memories are not erased artificially, so the risks are small. Carlyle asked how certain Roandro was that the risks were small. The man replied that he had seen a similar incident with his own eyes. One man's memories were sealed for more than 10 years. And it didn't cause any problems. Roandro reassured Carlyle that it was nothing to worry about. The Duke could not even think that this man was him. Since Roandro had sworn allegiance to Carlyle's father, there was no way he could harm Theo. If he has such a desire, his heart will immediately be torn to pieces. The Duke trusted the mage and allowed him to seal Theo's memories. On the Duke's table was a ball in which Maurice appeared. The mage informed Carlyle that Lady Penelope O'Hane's whereabouts were unknown, so she had not yet been found. Carlyle said that anyone would do, and it didn't have to be that lady, preferably someone who can defend himself like Sir Heather. The Duke did not rule out the idea that Charlotte should be sent home. Need to find a suitable person for Theo. The Duke understood that they should be ready for any eventuality. Unexpectedly, the Duke felt ill. He was constrained by pain in his chest. Carlyle heard someone's voice. "It's okay, Carlyle. I'm right next to you. Don't cry. I will protect you." The man did not understand who was saying this. Blinking his eyes, the Duke saw the children sitting on the couch. The man was surprised because the children were talking to each other. One of them was named Carlyle, and the other was named Edgar. Suddenly, the children disappeared, and there was no one in the room except him. The man thought that he was thinking nonsense from lack of sleep. Baby Theo was sleeping in his crib. Charlotte was worried because the baby's sleep had been going on for a very long time. After the memories were erased, it was even harder for the boy. The lady took the child's hand and gently stroked his little fingers. Ayin rushed into Charlotte's room. He wanted to show her the magic stone. The magician asked the lady to take him in her hands. When the girl put the stone in her palm, she felt her own mana. On the day of the fire, Ayin found him in the young master's room while he was tidying up. Charlotte was surprised because she unexpectedly managed to create a magic stone. During practice, she used exactly the same mana, but for some reason nothing came out. The only thing that was different this day from her previous attempts was this hug with Carlyle. She could feel Carlyle's mana seeping into her body. Perhaps at this moment the magic stone was created. Charlotte really had no idea how or when it happened. The lady knew that Carlyle was a rosette, but she wasn't sure if Ayin knew about it, so she decided to keep quiet. The girl came up with the idea of making a bracelet from such a stone for Theo so that he would always be next to the baby. Carlyle's mana is also unstable, so Charlotte wanted to make another magic stone. But is there another way to do it? The lady decided that the first thing she needed to do was check if she really reacted to Carlyle's mana in this way. Strange things continued to happen to the Duke. He saw the room he used as a child. The man did not understand whether it was a dream or reality. The Duke again saw two identical boys talking to each other. One of the kids said that he almost started a fire today. Carlyle recognized himself as a child. Little Carlyle talked about mana management as if he himself were a rosette. Little Edgar reassured Carlyle by telling him he was there. The man did not understand what kind of child it was. It was a man's dream. The Duke awoke in a cold sweat. Why are these children appearing not for the first time? The Duke suddenly felt sick, and his chest felt as if there was a lump. He absolutely needed to see Charlotte immediately. The man knew that if he took Charlotte's hand, there would be no trace of this terrible pain. Carlyle wanted to take Charlotte's hand as soon as possible and feel the warmth spreading through his body. Having no strength at all, the Duke, with great effort, reached the lady's room. Carlyle looked very exhausted. Charlotte was frightened and led her husband to bed. The kid also looked at his brother with interest. It saddened him that Carlyle looked pretty bad. Little Theo felt sorry for his brother, saying that everything was fine and he was nearby. Charlotte put her hand to the Duke's forehead. The man was hot as fire. The girl clearly saw the symptoms of the mana surge. She did not understand what had happened. Charlotte took Carlyle's hand and tried to calm the tsunami a little. The Duke slowly began to come to his senses. The color of his face became much better. When Carlyle opened his eyes, he didn't realize where he was at first. Little Theo hugged his brother and wished him not to get sick. The kid calmed down a little when he heard that the Duke seemed to be fine. Charlotte, seeing that her husband was better, decided that she could let go of his hand. But the Duke, on the contrary, squeezed her tender hand tighter. He was very grateful to Charlotte for drowning out his suffering. The Duke did not want to let the lady go for a moment. Little Theo saw that his brother wanted to hold Charlotte's hand and said that it felt good for him to hold his little sister's hand too. The kid took Charlotte's other hand and started laughing with joy. The boy already had a bracelet with a stone on his arm, which Charlotte had made for him. Now the lady can rest easy. Charlotte said that thanks to Carlyle she was able to succeed, and she was able to make the stone. On the day of the fire, Charlotte tried to calm Theo, but was powerless. But everything changed when the Duke approached the lady. The girl is sure that it was at this moment that she managed to successfully create a magic stone. She wanted to try again, but for this she needed the help of her husband. The newlyweds pressed their palms together and tried to concentrate mana on their palms. Charlotte, as then, felt warmth and energy filling her body. She tried to use a stronger flow of mana than before. Everything worked out. The stone was ready. Carlyle was surprised because Charlotte was acting like a child. She was so happy about this pebble that she almost jumped. The girl worked for quite a long time to get the stone out of her, and it was quite difficult for her. Charlotte said they are engaged, but only she has the ring, so she wanted to give the Duke a gift in the form of a ring. Charlotte explained that in addition to masking for others, it is also very important for the Duke's safety. The man smiled incredulously. He was pleased with such attention. Charlotte blushed and asked her not to tease her. Carlyle took a lock of the lady's hair and put it to his face. He was fascinated by her incredible smell. The Duke said he was looking forward to this wonderful gift. He said goodnight and went to his room. Charlotte did not know how she should behave, for the Duke had said he would do all he could to seduce her. Now she wondered how she could keep her cool in such a situation. Carlyle had been looking at his hand since morning. He thought that he would not put the ring on his finger until the end of his days, but his heart was warmed by the thought that it would be a gift from Charlotte. Robert entered the room announcing that someone from the imperial family had arrived. He held a message in his hands that needed to be read. It was an invitation to the ball and an order from His Imperial Majesty that you must be present at the ball. It was a rather strange invitation. The Duke had never heard of mandatory attendance at the ball. The man had a bad feeling that someone had set traps and was waiting for the right moment. The imperial order on such an insignificant matter aroused suspicion. It is obvious why such an order came after the attack. Carlyle believed that this was definitely a trap, and someone really wanted him to get there. Charlotte mentioned that the ball during this time period, in the original novella, was quite an event. But Charlotte read it a long time ago and no longer remembered anything at all. Sir Aine said there was no way the Duke could go to this ball. Chase understood Aine's feelings, but refusing to attend would be seen as disobeying the Emperor's order. Aine stubbornly continued to say that there must be some way. But the Duke was leaning towards Chase's opinion and thought he should be present. If a trap is set, the Duke will fall right into it. The man's eyes burned. In this way, he will be able to meet the owner of this trap. Aine tried to convince that it was quite dangerous, but the Duke was firm in his decision. The man believed that the greater the risk, the greater the chance. Carlyle ordered Chase to start preparations so he could leave as soon as next week. Charlotte also wanted to go with Carlyle, but the man was categorically against it. Charlotte tried to convince her husband that if the opponent has magic, then she must go. The magicians tried to convince the Duke that Charlotte was really worth going, because at the moment they could not do it themselves. Angrily, Carlyle asked everyone to leave the room to talk to Charlotte alone. The Duke tried to reach the bride because she did not understand how dangerous it could be, but Charlotte also firmly defended her opinion. Under pressure from Lady Carlyle, he agreed. He asked Charlotte to be very careful and beware of the two people at the ball. They were the blue-eyed man and the young lady Penelope O'Hane. Carlyle had information that the blue-eyed man was looking for her. If these people come to the ball together, you will need to be on the alert. Charlotte is upset since this is most likely the ball that Penelope was at in the novel. This meant that Carlyle and Penelope would meet for the first time very soon. The day came when it was necessary to leave for the ball. Emma and Theo were struck by the lady's beauty. She was like an angel in human form. Charlotte was not used to such clothes, but she was not sure if they fit her. Emma dispelled all her doubts as she showered the beauty with compliments. Theo also admired his sister. Carlyle was ready. He looked simply perfect. Emma decided to leave the newlyweds alone and took the baby to the garden. The boy wished to have a good time at the ball. The newlyweds showered each other with compliments because on this day they both looked very beautiful and elegant. Charlotte opened the box and gave Carlyle a ring that was made from the same stone that Charlotte had created. The girl asked to promise her that Carlyle would never remove the ring. They both, holding hands, went to the ball. The carriage of the newlyweds arrived at the destination. Still, it was not worth relaxing, because it is impossible to guess what might happen. The Duke politely shook the lady's hand and they went inside. Hundreds of looks were attached to them. People could not imagine that Duke Heinz would marry for love. Charlotte overshadowed everyone with her beauty. There were also gossips. How can we do without them? The emperor was the last to arrive at the ball. All guests humbly bowed. The man began his speech. Charlotte noticed that there was something strange about the man's eyes. The Duke invited Charlotte to a dance. The man gently took the lady's hand and waist, and they whirled in an incredibly tender and sensitive dance. The lady held the Duke by his strong and stocky shoulders. At this point, they were good together. Unexpectedly for both of them, Charlotte and Carlyle danced quite well. They looked very harmonious. The Duke asked if the lady had danced with other partners before. Charlotte replied that she was just paying attention in dance class. Carlyle whispered that she would only dance with him from now on. The man came quite close to Charlotte. Suddenly, the lady saw Penelope O'Hane and the blonde. The girl noticed that the people looked just as the Duke had described. The woman went out into the yard. Charlotte decided to follow her. Carlyle took on the blue-eyed man. The lady decided that there were a lot of people here, and O'Hane wouldn't be able to do anything if something happened. The Duke told Charlotte that if she did not return soon, he would follow her. The girl tried to find Penelope in the crowd. Someone called Charlotte. She stopped and turned around. She did not know this man. He politely greeted and introduced himself. His name is Lionel Wisner. Charlotte was in a hurry, so she apologized and said that they would talk some other time. This impudent man asked if Charlotte was sometimes looking for her fiancé, whom she did not even love. The girl looked at the man in surprise. Meanwhile, Carlyle was searching for Charlotte with his eyes. Carlyle was unexpectedly approached by Penelope O'Hane. He could not understand what this woman was doing here, because she should be with Charlotte right now. Where is Charlotte, then? The Duke sensed something was wrong. Penelope's eyes seemed to be looking all over him. The woman asked if the Duke sometimes looked for Miss Lania. Penelope took the Duke by the sleeve and wanted to say something to him. The woman had a bracelet with a crystal hanging on this hand. This is the same crystal that was thrown to Theo. The Duke had a sense of utter disarray in his head. It seems that it was planned to trigger Carlyle's mana discharge. Children appeared before the Duke's eyes again. Carlyle and Edgard. The boys discussed the fact that rosettes can use mana from the age of 5. One of them said that he is already 7, but he still can't do it. Little Carlyle supported Edgard, promising that he would become the best magician in the future. The children held hands and said that they were like two puzzles. One is a socket and the other fits him. It was as if it dawned on the Duke. He remembered everything. Edgard is a twin brother, born to him as a couple. The Duke's childhood was so peaceful because he was around. Until one day, when Carlyle was 7 years old, Edgar was killed. The boy's father was sure that it was Marquis Petrion's handiwork because he was afraid that magicians had appeared in the Heinz family. Noble magicians were born in the Perdian family from generation to generation. They weren't targeting Edgar, they were targeting the rosettes. They accidentally killed Edgar instead of Carlyle because the boys looked exactly the same. The man remembered these events even now. Many years have passed since then. He chastised himself that he was to blame for his brother's death because he was the target. It was very difficult for the parents to survive the death of the child. In order not to injure Carlyle as well, they sealed his memory. The Marquis most likely did not know that he would be killed not by the Emperor's knights, but by a 7-year-old child. On this day, the Marquis Petrion was reduced to dust by the hands of Carlyle, and even those who survived the fire were killed by the Emperor's knights. There is no one left. His light rays were interrupted by red ones. The ring that Charlotte gave the Duke really worked. He saved the man from unknown consequences. Charlotte quickly ran into the room. She saw a bracelet with a red stone on Penelope's hand. The lady said Penelope was under a spell. In connection with that, the woman was not herself and tried to harm the Duke without realizing it. Now everyone understood the strange behavior of Penelope. Charlotte said she could remove the spell. The woman had to be taken to the estate and talked to. Charlotte took Penelope's hand. the lady tried to make out the stone that was on the woman's hand. Miss O'Hane passed out. The Duke took her in his arms and carried her into the carriage. The lady saw blood on her hand. It was with this hand that she held Penelope's hand. Charlotte was a little scared, and it was necessary to find out the reason why this was happening. The bracelet with the red stone was the source of the spell. As Penelope grabbed Carlyle's hand, he felt his mana begin to move. This was done to free Carlyle's memories and drive him insane. Charlotte wondered if Carlyle's memories had returned. The man was surprised because Charlotte knew that his memory was damaged. The girl lowered her eyes. The Duke could not believe that Charlotte had hidden this fact from him. The girl explained that she did not want to hide it. She had a reason not to tell him. The man was sorry that Charlotte had to worry about him so much. At one point, Penelope began to cough and got out of bed. The woman could not understand where she was. Charlotte hastened to reassure her and told her that she was at Duke Hainst's estate, but poor Penelope did not remember anything. Carlyle asked if Penelope remembered their meeting at the ball, but the woman remembered only how she was preparing for the ball. She had no idea what happened later. Penelope only remembered how Viscount Rister had come for her in the morning. The Duke asked if the Viscount had danced with Penelope at the ball. Unfortunately, Miss O'Hane did not remember anything. Suddenly, she had a severe headache. Charlotte guessed that Penelope was under a mind control spell. Carlyle decided to call Aine, because with magic, a mage would be the best. The man hurried to the office and ordered to call Aine. It was not possible to lie down for a minute. There are cases when memories are sealed for more than 10 years. Everything was fine with them, and there was nothing to worry about. Now that Carlyle had his memories back, he had to ask the mage about it. Sir Aine came into Carlyle's office. The Duke apologized for calling him at night. The man asked the magician if he knew the name Edgar. Aine realized that the Duke already knew everything. Ian wondered if Miss Lania had told him everything. Carlyle's face changed dramatically. The angry man told the magician that he had to tell him something without mentioning Charlotte. The Duke asked directly if Aine had personally erased his memories. The mage nodded his head and said that he only fulfilled the will of the late Duke. Aine said that after the death of Edgar, the Duke was completely out of his mind. The Duke was afraid of losing Carlyle and ordered to erase the child's memory. After all, after sealing the memories, the mana calmed down and Carlyle was no longer threatened by anything. The mage explained that it was the best they could do for Carlyle's well-being, but the Duke was beside himself, for he felt that he should have told about it as soon as he had accepted the title. Carlyle thought Theo was in danger, all because Aine erased the Duke's memory. If the man had known about Edgar and Marquis Petrian, and if he had known that one child had survived then, Theo would not have been in such danger. Carlyle believed that there was someone left alive from the Perthian family. If the Duke had not remembered everything because of that ominous stone, he would never have learned about these events. The Duke was disappointed in Aine. Carlyle had one task for the magician. This time, Aine will have to decide for sure whether he serves him or his father. Charlotte was lying on the bed. She was not feeling well. The cough did not stop and the chest felt heavy. It seems that exactly what the holiday was talking about is happening now. Charlotte, barely finding her strength, sat down at the table and began to write a letter to Saint Teresa. Still, Charlotte pulled herself together and tried not to think about the bad. Later, Charlotte and Carlyle went to visit Penelope. The woman felt much better, and she thanked them for that. The doctor said that Penelope would recover quickly if she took her medicine and got plenty of rest. The lady noticed how Miss O'Hane and Carlyle were looking at each other. Charlotte could only lower her eyes. The girl felt strange, as if she were wedged between the main characters of the novel. The lady had a sharp pain in her chest, but there was no cough. Carlyle asked worriedly about Charlotte's well-being. The girl assured that everything is fine with her. She just felt heaviness inside. Charlotte wanted to ask Penelope something. The woman listened attentively. The lady recalled that Miss O'Hane remembered going to the ball and that Viscount Rister had come for her. The lady asked what exactly Penelope's relationship was with Viscount Rister. The woman replied that they had seen each other several times and he invited her to the ball. Miss O'Hane hesitated, but her father insisted that her daughter go with this man. Penelope convinced Charlotte that she had no romantic relationship with the Viscount. Carlyle apologized, but said he had urgent business and needed to go. The man also offered to contact the servants if Miss O'Hane needed anything. Carlyle, about to leave, gently placed his hand on the bride's shoulder. When the Duke was gone, Penelope noticed that the couple were so worried about each other. She said Charlotte and Carlyle were like two lovebirds. Miss O'Hane envied them in a good way. From the expression on Charlotte's face, Penelope guessed that the girl had some questions for her, which were difficult to ask with the Duke. Miss O'Hane was grateful to them both, so she told the lady not to be shy and ask anything. Charlotte said that there was a hypnotizing spell on the bracelet that the Viscount had given Penelope. The woman was shocked by such a statement. Now she understood why she was asked to show the bracelet. The man whom Miss O'Hane had introduced the Viscount to in front of the ballroom asked to see him the bracelet. He said he wanted to look at the bracelet and grab the woman's wrist. It was after this that Penelope lost her memory. The woman did not remember his name and what he looked like. Charlotte at first thought that Viscount Rister was a rosette, but if the Viscount can use magic, he would have no reason to ask someone else to cast the spell. Everything pointed to the fact that Viscount Rister was not a rosette. It was necessary to find the person who cast the spell. Charlotte learned all the information she needed and left. Carlyle was waiting for her outside the door, who was interested in all the details. The lady said that someone else had put a spell on Lady O'Hane, and it was this man who was helping Viscount Rister. There weren't particularly many people in the ballroom who could smell mana. Charlotte immediately remembered the man who spoke to her. Is it him? At one point, this man grabbed Charlotte's hand and she felt a strange coldness. It was definitely him. It looks like the man knew that Carlyle's magic was coming out of him and was trying to buy time by distracting Charlotte. His name was Lionel Wisner. Meanwhile, the saint received a letter from Charlotte and wrote her a reply that she would soon arrive at the Duke's estate. Until now, Teresa asked to be careful, because the thread of fate may be about to break. The lady, reading this letter, was confused because it meant that she might die soon. It is not death itself that is terrible, but the regret and bitterness that will remain after death. Charlotte should have been more noble. She should have loved herself more. The lady felt that she must say something to the Duke at once before it was too late. After all, in fact, he settled in her heart a long time ago. So much so that whenever she looked at Carlyle with someone else, her chest tightened. Charlotte ran down the corridor without looking back. When Carlyle opened the door, he was quite surprised. The lady said sharply that she liked him. Charlotte apologized and explained that it had been going on for a long time, but she pretended not to notice him. The lady was afraid that she should not take the place next to the Duke and ran away from it. The stupidest thing was that she kept her distance. But she still took a few steps back so that her husband would not forget that she was nearby. Charlotte didn't want to act selfishly and pushed Carlyle away. She is probably a really selfish person. It might be too late, but she wanted to give free rein to her desires. The girl took her husband by his gentle and strong hand. The Duke was sure he wouldn't have the courage to say it later, so he decided to say it now. The Petrian family targeted Theo through Carlyle. After Hadrian's death, little Carlyle burned down the Perthian family mansion, and everyone inside died. He wanted revenge for the fact that they killed his brother, and if something like that happened now, Carlyle wasn't going to spare them. On the hands of the Duke is the blood of many people which cannot be wiped away. He told Charlotte what a cruel man he was, then he asked the lady if she would accept him as such. Charlotte, kissing Carlyle's hand, said that whatever happened to him, it's all in the past, and she likes him the way he is. The girl is ready to share difficult moments and sadness with him. The lady offered to laugh and be happy together from now on. Charlotte and Carlyle felt very happy. Their lips met in a passionate kiss. The Duke did not hold back and told Charlotte that he loved her. The bride reciprocated. Carlyle sat dreamily in his office. Right now, he felt incredibly happy. His relaxed thoughts were dispelled by Chase entering the office. The man brought documented information about Lionel Wisner. Count Wisner's deceased younger sister had an affair with Marquis Petrian, but it seems they had a child out of wedlock. The child was not given the surname Patreon because she was born when her parents were not married. That is why they escaped death when the entire family of Patreon was killed. Viscount Rister is assisted by the Wisner family. The reason was unknown, but it appears that Lionel Wisner is using it. Everything was clear to the Duke now. It turns out that for Lionel Wisner, Viscount Rister is just a bait to not reveal his identity. Viscount Rister was at all public events. It is clear now why he attacked Theo. He wanted revenge on Carlisle. The man wanted Carlisle to feel what he once felt, but the Duke wasn't going to just accept it. He ordered Chase to bring the man to him no matter what it cost him. The Knights of Heinst were immediately ordered to find Viscount Rister. The man, seeing that he was wanted, wondered where exactly he had gone wrong and how they understood that it was him. If Duke Heinst had died, then this would not have happened. The man was well aware that if he was caught by the Duke's men, Carlisle wouldn't just let him die. Suddenly Maurice appeared in front of the man. Maurice asked the Viscount to be nice to him, otherwise the magician would have to use his power. During the conversation, the magician held a fire in his hand. Of course, the Viscount could do nothing, but was forced to go with Maurice. So the Viscount ended up tied up in the room. His eyes and mouth were taped shut. Carlisle was very glad that this worthless man had finally been caught. The Duke approached and tore the mask from the Viscount's eyes. The man was very angry with Viscount Rister, so he did not want to have a long ceremony with him. After making sure that there was no poison in his mouth with which he could kill someone, it was decided to remove the bandage from his mouth. The frightened man begged the Duke not to hurt him. He promised that he would tell everything he knew. The Duke replied that he did not need his chatter, because he already knew everything. Carlisle calmly said that he was aware that Lionel Wisner was behind him. Herzog was only concerned with the details of where Wisner was now. The frightened man said that he did not know, but would find out when Wisner contacted him himself. Carlisle began to openly threaten the Viscount. But very soon the Duke realized that the man was telling the truth. They had no choice but to wait until Lionel Wisner contacted Viscount Rister. The Duke wondered what kind of spell had been put on His Majesty. The Viscount said he didn't know, and at that very moment Carlisle punched him in the face with all his might. Rister's blood was just on his shirt and pants. Viscount Rister fell to the ground exhausted. The mage found out that the man was under a spell of secrecy. The man tried to say something slurred. Maurice apologized to Carlisle for not being able to sense the mana right away. Charlotte and Theo were in the room. Lady was reading Theo a book about Toto. The bunny shivered from the strong wind, but Toto quietly came out of the cave. After all, the problems will not be solved in the cave. The kid reassured himself that he is not small and he is not afraid. The baby fell asleep to his favorite fairy tale. Charlotte stroked Theo's head. She would very much like to always read him fairy tales every day. Charlotte mentally promised that she would definitely protect Theo and he wouldn't have to use force anymore. Carlisle entered the room. The lady noticed that the Duke looked tired. In her opinion, the Duke worked very hard. Charlotte stroked Carlisle's face with her gentle hand. They held hands, and it felt wonderful. Carlisle heard Teresa was coming today. The man asked if it was time for Theo. Charlotte decided not to hide anything and to tell that perhaps her thread of fate will soon break. The girl really wanted to say something to Carlisle. She began to read him part of a fairy tale. Toto Bunny no longer hid from the wind because there was no way to solve the problem, if only to do something to hide. Charlotte believed that she must finally leave the cave for the sake of the man she loves. The girl said that the holiday actually passed through her. Each time Charlotte uses her power, her body gradually weakens. Saint noticed this recently and told the lady not to use her power. All Charlotte wanted was to protect Theo, and because she wanted to solve the problem facing them, she overdid it. The girl was sorry, and she threw herself into Carlisle's arms. The Duke said sadly that she should not apologize. He should have cared more about Theo, and that's his mistake. The Duke worriedly asked Charlotte if she was feeling well now. The lady, smiling, replied that everything was not so bad. If Charlotte uses her power again, she might be worse off than she is now, but she won't be able to tell the Duke because he has so much to worry about. In order to protect Theo and Carlisle, Charlotte will use her power all the same. This happened because the lady used force more often than usual. Everything will be fine if she keeps it under control. Therefore, the Duke should not worry. Carlisle asked that no matter what happened, she wouldn't hide it and tell him like she did today. The Duke was incredibly eager to do everything with Charlotte. The baby slept sweetly in the arms of his bunny. The saint told Charlotte that she would help remove the spell from His Majesty. Carlisle rejoiced at such wonderful news. The Duke said that he would accompany the saint to the palace and asked Charlotte to stay at the estate. The girl was a little indignant because the man said a minute ago that he wanted to do everything with her. The Duke tried to take care of the bride's safety. Everything was different with them now, and his heart was beating in a special way. The Duke asked permission to kiss the bride. Their lips met in a passionate kiss. They both felt calm, relaxed, and happy at that moment. Carlisle offered to make the engagement official once this was all over. Charlotte gladly accepted this wonderful offer. The child mumbled something in his sleep. The bride and groom laughed a little and gently held hands. The holiday arrived at the palace. Carlisle was already waiting for her there. The corridor was quite empty. Usually there are guards near the throne room, but they are not visible here. Saint Teresa also noticed that there was something unusual here. His Majesty was waiting for Teresa and Carlisle. The butler carefully opened the door for them and invited them to enter the hall. They entered, introduced themselves, and bowed to the Emperor. Carlisle began to say that he requested an audience with His Majesty because suddenly the Duke was interrupted by the Emperor, who shouted, "Seize him!" The frightened Teresa did not understand what had happened. The Emperor proudly said that the traitor Carlisle would be punished immediately. The Emperor was sure that it was Carlisle who wanted to burn down the ballroom, and now he simply came here to disturb the imperial castle again. Someone controlled the Emperor's consciousness, making him think that the Duke was planning treason. Carlisle understood that if he resisted, he would indeed be accused of treason. The man decided that he should immediately ask the saint for help. Teresa greeted the Emperor. The woman said that she was confused that their first meeting in a long time started with such an unpleasant situation. The Emperor asked Teresa why she had come here with this traitor. Teresa tried to convince the Emperor that he was wrong about the Duke being a traitor. She was not going to discuss this topic for very long. With a light movement of her hand, she directed her energy at the Emperor. The woman told everyone that it is better to first expel the bad energy that is in the palace. The saint directed all her forces to His Majesty. After Teresa finished her work, the Emperor looked at the Duke and the saint as if he had just seen them for the first time, wondering why they were here. It was unclear to the Emperor why the guards had arrested Duke Heinz. He ordered them to release the man immediately. Carlisle introduced himself again. The Duke was glad that the Emperor had come to his senses. The Emperor did not understand exactly what was being said. The Duke, promising to tell all the details, reported that Lionel Wisner had put a mind control spell on the Emperor. His Majesty was displeased with such a despicable act of this scoundrel. The Emperor only now understood why Lionel Wisner wanted an audience. How dare this man show such disrespect? It was now known to the Emperor that it was this man who had put the Crown Prince in danger during the tournament. It was tantamount to treason. His Majesty ordered the immediate arrest of Lionel Wisner. He will surely pay for his crimes. Carlisle asked if he could personally order the man. The Duke asked to be allowed to kill Lionel Wisner with his own hands. The Duke had accumulated too many resentments against this man. Charlotte and Theo were lying in bed. They talked sweetly and the baby gradually fell asleep. Carlisle entered the room and immediately asked if everything was okay. Charlotte shoved him out the door with him, citing that Theo had just fallen asleep. Behind the door, the girl hugged the Duke. He was gone for too long and she already had time to miss him. The bride was also worried. The man reassured the girl because he is not injured and has returned to integrity and safety. But the problem was that no one could find this man. Judging by how Viscount Rister died, for Lionel people are simply consumables on the way to achieving goals. This man will do anything to hurt Carlisle and Theo, so the Duke was determined to find him long before then. Charlotte had a brilliant idea. Carlisle once said that Lionel Wisner would go to any lengths because he had nowhere to back down. He will come anywhere to harm them. Charlotte suggested using their engagement as bait. Carlisle and Charlotte went to the ball, knowing it was a trap. Lionel Wisner will do the same. It was necessary to finally put an end to this horror at the engagement ceremony. Charlotte and Carlisle were talking sweetly, but at the same time seriously. A kid came up to them and asked what an engagement was. Charlotte asked the kid how he knew such a word. It turns out that Emma said that her sister and brother are engaged, and there will be a party soon. If there will be a party, it means that the engagement is good. Theo was incredibly happy, because it meant that they would promise each other to be together forever. The boy felt indescribable joy from the fact that his little sister would stay with Theo and his brother forever. The kid ran, jumped, and clapped his hands. Count Isaac and Count Jake were to arrive the next day. Charlotte, lowering her head, said that Jake had already panicked. It seemed strange that Charlotte did not invite her family to the engagement. Carlisle suggested that Charlotte tell the brothers the truth. After all, they were so worried that the engagement was not real. It would be right to tell everything as it really is. The Duke whispered in Charlotte's ear that he wanted Charlotte's family to treat him well. The bride smiled. Charlotte promised to make them take over for him. The brothers arrived at the estate. Jake was pretty pissed off and asked Charlotte what she was even thinking. The men were very indignant that the newlyweds would not invite them or their relatives to the engagement. Charlotte asked the brothers to calm down and listen to her in silence. The girl explained that she does not invite her family to the engagement because it could be dangerous. At first, the brothers did not even want to listen to such nonsense. Charlotte began to tell everything in order. First, Theo was attacked by hired killers, then the incident at the tournament, and about the fire in which Theo got into. With each new story, her brothers' faces grew paler and paler. And when Charlotte revealed that the betrothed were meant to catch Lionel Wisner, Jake cut Charlotte off and said it couldn't be. Charlotte must call off the engagement immediately, right now. The lady hoped that her brothers would understand her. She tried to explain that there was no telling when Lionel Wisner would attack Theo again. You can't just sit and worry. Isaac tried to calm his brother down. He put himself in Charlotte's position and told her that if it was her and Carlisle's decision, then she and Jake would not interfere with them. But the man asked to make it so that they could also help. Lionel Wisner is a man who can do anything. Charlotte did not want her brothers to be in danger because of her. The lady repeated once more that they should not even think of coming. Isaac, trying to control himself, accepted his sister's decision, but Jake thought it was ridiculous. Isaac said that he and Jake would wait for Charlotte downstairs, and if anything happened, they could take her away. Charlotte sincerely hoped that it would not come to this. Jake only told his sister that in case of danger she was not afraid and defended herself, and then they will come after her faster than anyone to protect her. Jake had tears in his eyes during this conversation. Charlotte was glad for such support from her brother, and agreed. The lady hugged her brothers tightly, but was glad that they were so wonderful to her. Charlotte stood alone on the balcony. She was thinking deeply about tomorrow's engagement. There was no sleep in either eye. She wondered if Carlisle was awake too, and if he was also this scared and restless. Charlotte thought she would only be able to calm down when she was around Carlisle. The girl turned, and behind her stood the saint. Charlotte wondered why Teresa had decided to come here so late. As it turned out, the saint was worried about Charlotte and therefore came without saying anything. She wanted to give another blessing to the girl. Teresa wanted to ask Charlotte not to use her power tomorrow, but she was more than sure that Charlotte wouldn't listen to her. The lady apologized and said that in case of danger, she would be forced to use her power. Even if it will be dangerous for her life, she is ready to take this step. After all, Charlotte wanted to protect Theo and Carlisle with all her heart, even if the use of force will cost her life. The day of the ceremony has arrived. Emma was dressing the baby. He was such a handsome man in a white smart suit. Theo, looking in the mirror, said that he was cool. Charlotte laughed and said that the boy looked like a prince. The engagement ceremony was coming soon, and Charlotte needed to go change into the dress she had just seen. Emma said that the dress was very beautiful, and she was very sorry that so few people would see Charlotte in such a dress. Since the bride and groom wanted to spend their small celebration in the usual way, all the servants must leave the estate before the start of the ceremony. It was so insulting to Emma that she had to go too. But she is Charlotte's right hand. Charlotte hugged Emma and thanked her for everything. Lady was able to get used to this world thanks to Emma's kindness and her enthusiasm. Charlotte could not tell the maid the whole truth, and she was very sorry. Charlotte, looking Emma in the eyes, said that they would definitely see each other after the ceremony. Looking at Theo, the Duke was amazed. The kid was dressed in an incredibly elegant suit. The boy put his hands on his sides and said that he dressed so cool because his sister will now be with them forever. Charlotte noticed that Carlisle was a little flustered. He wanted to tell Charlotte something before the ceremony. Carlisle called Charlotte into his library. The man began to pull out one book. Carlisle said that if you take this book, a passage to a secret room will open here. And no matter what happens, Charlotte must stay in this room until it's all over. The Duke did everything to keep Charlotte and Theo safe. The girl explained that the man's opponent could be a Rosette. It follows that Carlisle must have a suitable person by his side to keep him safe. Carlisle firmly said no. The Duke heard the conversation between the saint and Charlotte. The man knew that every time Charlotte used magic, her life was in danger. The Duke did not want to lose the lady. He begged Charlotte to listen to him. The man also asked that if she was in danger, then Theo should hide with her. Inside, there is a passage that leads outside the estate. The husband has already collected the bride's valuables and some food. He also said that if she does not return, she should just leave the estate. It was very painful for the lady to hear this. She promised her husband that if it was dangerous, she would hide Theo here. The engagement ceremony has begun. The newlyweds made promises to each other and received warm greetings. The newlyweds were happy that they were together. In the atmosphere of this holiday, Charlotte was able to forget about reality for a moment. Carlisle and Charlotte's engagement was a trap to catch the thief. Despite everything, the lady was still happy. She hoped that nothing bad would happen. At the same time, she was overcome with various feelings, wanting Lionel Wisner to fall into their trap. This moment has arrived. The knights drew their swords and were ready to defend their lord. Theo was frightened, and a worried Charlotte took the child in her arms. She tried to calm the baby down, promising that she would protect him no matter what happened. Carlisle had been waiting for this moment as well, but when it came, the man became agitated. Carlisle ordered Charlotte to take Theo and run inside. The man recalled that they had previously discussed what to do in this situation. He quickly hugged Charlotte and sent her to the estate. Grabbing the baby, the girl quickly ran to a safe place. The Duke was ready and drew his sword. It was a terrible scene outside. Everything outside was burning with a bright and strong fire. Lionel Wisner was on his way to meet the Duke. The man acted as if he were fearless. He walked up to Carlisle with his arms wide open as if he was going to hug him. The man sarcastically said that he was glad for this meeting. Carlisle, who had been waiting too long for this moment, asked if the man was afraid because he had come all alone. Lionel Wisner proudly said that this must be scary for the Duke. Red magic balls rose above the man. Another moment, and all will come to an end. Figures of people with swords and red cloaks seemed to grow out of these balls. It looked very creepy. Lionel Wisner, laughing hysterically, told Carlisle to go and have fun. The Duke, taking all his strength into his fist, cut one of the figures in two, but everything turned out to be in vain. These figures did not die, even if they were cut in half. The places that were cut by the sword immediately tightened. Carlisle ordered Aine and Maurice to set them on fire. The man hoped that it would somehow help, and he was right. The fire did not allow them to heal their wounds. Lionel Wisner, who was watching everything, did not even know about such a method. He didn't seem particularly angry and even praised Carlisle for being so smart. The Duke could not understand one thing. Why is Lionel Wisner so relaxed? Even in a situation where his magic stopped circulating, he did not panic. Something is wrong here. Meanwhile, Selina, Charlotte, and Theo were in the secret room. The boy was very scared because a terrible noise was coming from outside. Charlotte stroked the boy and tried to be calm so that the child calmed down. The estate was shaking as if it was about to collapse. There were cracks on the walls. Mana seeped through the walls. It was the same mana that was in the tournament. Charlotte was in despair because the mana penetrated right into the estate. The girl understood that the estate would really fall apart soon. That horrible mana was everywhere. If this continues, the entire estate will be buried in the ground before they can even get out through the emergency passage. To protect Theo, Carlisle, and everyone, Charlotte knew she needed to destroy this mana. Charlotte took Theo by the hand and said that she still had to go. The girl promised that she would return very soon. The lady asked Selena to look after the baby, but Selena began to convince that the lady could not go there because it was dangerous there. Charlotte decided not to listen to anyone and do it her way. The lady was certain that if she did not go, the estate would be destroyed. Charlotte immediately went outside. A cocky Lionel Wisner said Carlisle needed to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible. But the knights faithfully stood before Carlisle, not showing their fear. The cruel Lionel Wisner ordered the knights not to stand in his way until he had killed them all. Carlisle said that everything was fine and asked the knights to leave. Now both men were left alone. As Lionel Wisner had expected, Carlisle was quite talkative. Wisner asked if the Duke wanted to know why he had come all this way and destroyed everything here. Actually, he didn't come to kill Carlisle, he came to kill everyone but him. The Duke got goosebumps. It sounded very scary, but Carlisle tried to control himself. It was an ordinary revenge that stretched back to their childhood. In an instant, with a single movement, Lionel Wisner transported the Duke to another dimension. Carlisle watched everything, but no one saw him. The knights and mages anxiously looked around, hoping to find Carlisle, who had suddenly disappeared. The Duke reassured himself, knowing that he should not waste his strength. Lionel Wisner told the Duke to just stand there and watch him kill everyone he loved one by one. Carlisle's insides were shaking. Lionel Wisner was behind the Duke in an instant. The man whispered that his father once brought him a child that looked exactly like Carlisle. It was Edgar. Wisner was told that the boy was Rosetto, as was Carlisle, but he was useless. He was shaking so much. No matter how much Wisner dug at him, he didn't defend himself at all. Carlisle asked the man to be quiet. An angry Lionel Wisner explained that it was not good to interrupt him in this way. With a flick of his finger, the man turned Carlisle's sword into fragments, but Carlisle knew it was an illusion. He could sense how helpless Wisner was. The Duke regretted that he was completely incapable of using mana. Wisner, returning to the topic, said that he was so sad at the time because the child died so quickly on the same day. It turned out that it was Carlisle's brother, and the boys were simply confused. Lionel Wisner had hoped that Carlisle was a little different, but the man turned out to be just like his brother. Herzog took Wisner by his outer garment and knocked him to the ground. Carlisle put his sword to his throat and told him not to talk about Edgar with his filthy mouth. Lionel Wisner sneered that a trembling Rosette could still use magic. It was necessary to start with this. The man noticed that Carlisle's mana wasn't moving the way he wanted it to. The Duke was running through Wisner's words in his head that he had used very little mana, but his body was burning at the same time. Carlisle was afraid of using his mana incorrectly. The man stabbed Wisner in the chest with his sword. Blood spilled. Carlisle ordered Wisner to stop the magic immediately, but the man was not afraid of the Duke because he knew that if he died, no one else would stop the magic. Carlisle, not jokingly enraged, struck another blow and once again ordered the magic to be stopped immediately. Stubborn Wisner wasn't going to stop the magic. The man also said that he hopes that Carlisle will live for a very long time with the thought that he could not protect those he loved. Carlisle heard Charlotte's voice, who had already started using her magic. Everything around turned from red to light. Charlotte called her husband and said that she came for him. Under the influence of Charlotte's magic, Lionel Wisner's magic was weak. His strength was getting weaker and weaker, and he understood it very well. Charlotte continued to shout that she was there, and together they would be able to solve everything. Carlisle confidently raised his sword and aimed it straight at Wisner. The Duke proudly said that then and now he had those he had to protect, unlike Wisner. Carlisle exclaimed that he would send Wisner to those he loved. With all his might, Carlisle plunged his sword into Lionel Wisner's chest. That was the end. The horror was over. Happy Charlotte rushed to embrace her lover. Having made sure of each other's integrity, they rejoiced even more. The Duke asked why Charlotte did not stay at the estate but came to help him. Charlotte, taking her manna in her hands, scattered it throughout the estate. The girl was sure that now everything will finally be fine. It became quiet around. Everyone noticed it. The evil magic began to fade, and it was all over. Carlyle hugged his bride and held her close. They have waited so long for this day, and finally, they will be able to live in peace. But everything happened as the holiday warned. Charlotte felt powerless. She suddenly fell motionless to the ground. A few minutes later, the lady was lying in her bed. Next to her were Carlyle and Teresa. Saint told Carlyle that the soul in Miss Lania's body was not her first soul. The man did not understand what he was talking about. Teresa explained that Miss Lania did not originally belong to this world, so the connection between her soul and this body is quite weak. But fortunately, the thread that connects body and soul still holds, albeit weakly. Teresa believed they needed to get Charlotte back before it was too late. Carlyle said that he would do everything possible to get his beloved back. The Duke lay down next to the bride and hugged her tightly. He remembered the moments when she saved him. Carlyle understood what a brave girl she was. Saint informed Carlyle that she would now send him into Miss Lania's subconscious. The Duke closed his eyes and was ready. This time he would follow her. The man gently stroked Charlotte's hand and asked to wait a little. Carlyle found himself in the world in which Charlotte once lived. The Duke saw Charlotte talking to a friend. The man looked passionately at the girl, not taking his eyes off her. Charlotte's friend thought the man was interested in the girl because he just stood still and watched. Charlotte felt a kind of sadness when she looked at this strange man. She had emotions that were seething. The girl could not define exactly, but it was sadness and attachment. Charlotte chose not to pay attention. How can she feel attached to a man whom she sees for the first time in her life? Charlotte said goodbye to her friend and headed home. The girl looked at the sky, which was especially blue today. Maybe it's because of her great mood. The sky seemed to her as if it had been painted. It seemed to the girl that she was in a beautifully decorated fake world. Charlotte came home, and her mother was already cooking something delicious in the kitchen. Mom decided that if her daughter is so noble, then let her go and throw out the trash before sitting down at the table. Charlotte immediately took the bag and left. The girl saw this same man. He was sitting on a bench in front of the entrance. Charlotte decided he needed help, or else he was following her. As soon as the girl approached the man, he shouted, "Charlotte!" The girl was surprised, thinking why the stranger called her a strange name. Suddenly, the girl felt sick and felt very dizzy. Carlyle touched Charlotte's hand, but she quickly jumped back and told him not to come near her. The girl also said that she was not Charlotte, and the man found out. The Duke apologized because it seemed to him that the girl felt sick, but her consciousness remembered everything. The girl said, "You have nothing to worry about, Carlyle." The man was glad that Charlotte remembered everything. The lady did not understand anything because she just said the name as if it was very familiar to her. It seemed that she had already said this name many times. The girl told Carlyle not to come close. She tried to at least remember something, but she couldn't do anything, so she said that she didn't know this man, and she didn't know who Charlotte was. The Duke, not wanting to lose his beloved, said that this time he had come for her just as she had come for him to a dangerous place. Charlotte's head was full of different thoughts, and she seemed to be beginning to remember something. The girl had a bad headache. At that moment, memories flooded into her head. These were difficult times, and times when they were happy together, and how they confessed their love to each other, and the first meeting. Charlotte cried. The girl threw herself into the arms of her lover. She asked Carlyle if he really came here for her. The Duke was so happy that Charlotte remembered everything. She laughed and thanked him for everything. Carlyle whispered in his lover's ear that everyone was waiting for her. He begged her to come back. But there was one problem. In a moment, there was delicious food on the table. Charlotte decided to ask her mother what would happen if she suddenly disappeared. Mom thought that her daughter wanted to live alone because she mumbled a lot. But that was not the point. The mother replied that she would always like to be with her daughter, but she cannot do only what she wants. Mother gently told her daughter that if she had found her destiny, she could not keep it. The mother said that she would be sad herself, but gave her daughter the opportunity to choose what would make her happy, because this is her life and her choice. Charlotte, bursting into tears, begged her mother's forgiveness for being angry and showing her temper. Daughter and mother, hugging each other, stood and poured out their souls to each other. They also apologized to each other for all the troubles that were between them. When they finally calmed down, the mother happily said that she was ready to let her daughter go into adulthood. Carlyle gave his bride a hand and said it was time to go home. Charlotte gave her hand to the Duke, and she was instantly awake. Charlotte opened her eyes, and there were tears rolling down her cheeks. Baby Theo was glad that his sister came to her senses. The boy hastened to ask why his sister slept for so long. He was waiting for her so much. Charlotte hugged the boy to her and whispered that everything was fine. Everyone around was happy. Emma exclaimed happily that she was very worried about the lady. Teresa said calmly that she was very glad that Charlotte was back. The lady thanked the saint for her help, because if it weren't for her, everything would not have ended so well. Carlyle stroked his beloved's hair in fascination. Amazing peace and boundless joy reigned in his soul. Charlotte hugged Carlyle happily. She was happy that her husband had gone to another dimension for her. Now the girl was in the arms of those who were waiting for her and loved her. After all, it was her second home. The next morning, after Charlotte woke up, Saint Teresa was very surprised that the thread of fate was restored perfectly. She looked very puzzled, and Charlotte thought she knew why. The lady no longer had any regrets about her former life. Now Charlotte's life was truly here. Brothers visited Charlotte. Jake cried tears of joy. The men were incredibly happy to see their sister nearby, unharmed and, most importantly, happy. Charlotte felt so good that even Teresa was surprised. Isaac apologized for that day. After all, they were from outside, and when they saw the flames, they wanted to go inside. But because of the red line, they couldn't do it. The men scolded themselves very much for the fact that their sister was very difficult, and they could not do anything to help. The brothers sincerely asked Charlotte to forgive them. The lady said that she was able to wake up because she has brothers who think about her. She asked not to apologize because the fact that they are whole and unharmed makes her happy. Carlyle went to the imperial palace to find out what had happened. Charlotte told the brothers that the man would be back in about a week. Such things are not resolved quickly. But people seem to think it's too small a fee. The man swore that he was not guilty, but it turned out that he generously financed Lionel Wisner. Brave Jake said that he would end up killing this scumbag anyway. How dare this scoundrel touch his sister? Charlotte hugged her brothers with incredible gratitude because they worry and care about her so much. The lady offered the brothers to go somewhere tomorrow. The three of them hadn't gone anywhere for a long time. The men were delighted with such a wonderful idea. The Duke was reading a book to his brother. The boy sat on the Duke's lap and looked at the pictures with interest. It was a fairy tale about Toto. Their idyll was interrupted by Robert, who announced that Count Roandro had arrived. The magician came because he heard about what happened, and the man was glad that the three of them were safe and sound. Roandro said that he was not there during the difficult moment for the Duke because something happened to him too. Roandro has now come to end everything once and for all. The magician asked Carlyle, Theo, and Charlotte to go with him. They approached the same family picture. The magician put his hand on the picture, and it glowed. Later, Carlyle's twin brother appeared on it. The Duke was shocked because there had never been any other child in the portrait besides him. Edgar was only in his memories. Earlier, Carlyle had asked the mage to choose whether he would continue to do the previous duke's errand or the current duke's. Of course, the magician chose Carlyle because his predecessor was long gone. The man apologized because he should have done it earlier. Roandro bowed, but said he was not worthy to serve the duke. The magician asked permission to leave. Carlyle agreed, saying that the wizard had had a hard time. Roandro thanked the duke for his understanding. Mr. Edgar's grave was in the Heinst family cemetery. She is under a spell of transparency. The mage promised to destroy these spells and restore other people's memories before he left. Roandro wished that the future of the newlyweds would be filled with peace and happiness. Little Theo asked Carlyle why there were two brothers in the picture. The Duke decided to tell Theo about another brother, Edgar. The kid listened carefully to the story. Carlyle also promised that they would be able to come here often and visit Edgar and Mom. Charlotte was happy that everyone knew about everything and that Edgar was back as a part of their family. Charlotte had a brilliant idea. She asked the kid to wear a smart suit. She herself wore a beautiful dress, and Carlyle, of course, was in a beautiful tuxedo. The Duke complimented the bride, saying she was beautiful. Let it be just words, but Charlotte was very grateful for such attention. The girl decided that now they too will have their own portrait. Carlyle, Charlotte, and Theo sat comfortably on the couch. The artist began to paint them. It was a portrait of the new Heinst family. Charlotte wanted this wonderful picture to always be a joy to their eyes, because they are so happy now. In the distant future, when Theo is all grown up and Charlotte and Carlyle are turning gray, they will look at this portrait and talk about how happy they were back then. Carlyle and Theo came to Edgar's grave. The kid hung a wreath on the monument and said that he was glad to meet you. Carlyle crouched over his brother's grave and said that he was finally done with everything. The Duke said that Edgar could rest easy now that he would protect Theo and their family. On the last anniversary of his death, Carlyle was very depressed and sad. Today, everything is different. Instead of tears, there is a smile on his face, and in his voice is not sadness, but tenderness. And there is no more emptiness around, and rain and wind. Now they feel the long-awaited arrival of spring. Chase brought the papers to Carlyle. The Duke looked as if something was wrong with him. Chase said he would prepare everything again if necessary, but everything was fine with the documents. Duke was conceived for another reason. Carlyle asked Chase how he proposed to Irina. The man was surprised and at the same time happy for the Duke. He decided that Carlyle wanted to make a real proposal to Charlotte. Chase revealed that before proposing to Irina, he received a blessing from Count Enders. Usually before the proposal, you need to get a blessing from the girl's father. Therefore, Carlyle had to receive the blessing of Baron Lanius. The Duke knew he had made a bad first impression and needed to make up for it. The man ordered Chase to immediately invite Baron Lania and his wife to the mansion. Now the Duke must do everything possible to earn the favor of his beloved's parents. He was willing to do anything for Charlotte. Charlotte's father finished his business and was going to rest. His wife entered his office holding a letter that they decided to read together. It was a letter from Isaac, who wrote that he and his brother had a good time with his sister. He also wrote that Charlotte had fully recovered, and perhaps the parents should write to their daughter that they would come to visit her. The Baron instantly said that tomorrow they would go to Heinst Manor. It turned out that the Duke had sent a letter to the Baron, inviting their entire family to his estate, and personally sent a carriage from which to pass through the Mana Gate. The woman jumped for joy. She had a better opinion of the Duke. In the letter, the Duke also wrote that he wanted to tell the Baron something. The woman guessed what it would be about. She was very happy for her daughter because Charlotte deserves to be happy. The lady came to her lover's office and noticed that he was thinking deeply about something. Carlyle was taken aback and didn't know what to say. He only managed to wave his hand and say that it was nothing important. In one moment the door opened, and little Theo shouted that his grandparents had arrived. Charlotte was incredibly happy when her parents arrived. They immediately began to hug and tell how much they missed each other. Carlyle thanked Charlotte's parents for coming. The Duke immediately announced that he would do everything possible to make them feel comfortable here. He asked to address him as it was convenient for them. Charlotte was quite surprised because this was not the first time Carlyle had met her parents. Why is he so excited? The Duke led Charlotte's mother to the table and offered her the tea she loves so much. The woman could not contain her surprise and joy because everything around was so beautiful that she had never seen anything like it in her life. It was a tea made from Fiona flowers grown in Ronkshire. The Duke said he knew beforehand that the lady would recognize the taste. Since this is the mother of the beloved woman, the man was ready to do anything to win her favor. He did it from the bottom of his heart. The tea had a wonderful aroma, and the woman tried to enjoy it as long as possible. She drew attention to the yellow flowers that had previously only been in their estate, and now Charlotte will be able to admire them here. It was evening, and Charlotte's parents were already in the bedroom. The Baron noted that his wife really enjoyed spending time with the Duke. The woman said that she could never have thought that she would have tea with the Duke himself. The lady shared with her husband that, according to Carlyle, he was interested in the family of his beloved. It warmed the soul of Charlotte's parents quite a bit. Charlotte's mother felt what a gentle man the Duke was. Hugging, the Baron and his wife talked about the fact that their daughter would definitely be happy. Early in the morning, the Baron was awakened by a noise outside the window. It was Jake. Also outside were Charlotte, Isaac, and Theo. Charlotte's father was scared because Jake and Carlyle were fighting with swords. Charlotte, laughing, reassured her father that it was just training. Carlyle gave Jake a battle sword yesterday, and the three of them wanted to see what it was like in battle. Charlotte and Theo watched the fight, and the boy wanted an equally cool sword. The girl assured that when he grows up, he will definitely have the best sword. The father looked lovingly at his daughter and asked if she was happy here and if the Duke treated her well. Charlotte said frankly that at first Carlyle seemed to her to be a rather rude man, but later she realized that he was not at all like that. Charlotte tenderly said that he is the warmest man who knows how to take care of other people. The lady was offended that the brothers misunderstood him at first, but now Charlotte feels so warm when she watches how well the men are friends together. The father, making sure that his daughter was happy and completely safe, smiled and lowered his head. The boy asked his grandfather if he had a sword. The Baron replied that he had a sword, but it was very old. Theo was happy, but wanted his grandfather to practice swords with him. The boy hugged his grandfather and said that he was very good. The man was quite pleased by such words. Later, Baron Lania and Carlyle sat at the table and drank fragrant tea. It was the last day of their stay here. Baron thanked for the wonderful time spent together. The Duke, gathering his strength, asked the Baron for forgiveness for his past mistakes, for having once so unceremoniously taken Charlotte out of their lives without asking permission. The Baron said frankly that he had little faith in the Duke before. The man was sure that the sudden engagement with his daughter would end quickly. He also considered Carlyle to be a rude and evil man, but now he doesn't think so. Baron Lania, after observing for a week, noticed that Charlotte was very happy indeed. This was enough for the man. The Duke did not know how to speak well, but decided to simply say that he loved Charlotte more than his life. Carlyle said these words with incredible sincerity. The man believed that he would love only Charlotte for the rest of his life. The Duke eventually sought the Baron's blessing to propose to Charlotte. The Baron was very happy for his daughter, because she was so lucky to find her love. Without hesitation, the man gave his blessing and asked to take care of his daughter. Finally, the Duke came to his room. It was filled with various impressions. Chase was also in the room, so the man told him to prepare something now. Baby Theo, while playing with his friend, suddenly felt sad. He ran up to Charlotte and asked for her hand in marriage. The boy was upset that his grandfather had left. Charlotte promised that soon the grandparents would visit them again. Charlotte also said that the grandparents will definitely bring Theo's favorite goodies with them. The happy kid ran to Danny. The children held hands and went to look at the carrots and look for treasures. The kids had a great time together. Charlotte and Irina were sitting and casually talking over a cup of delicious tea. Charlotte missed her parents. They had only been here a week, but the estate seemed so empty now. Lady told Theo to be more cheerful, but she is sad. Charlotte wanted to see her lover immediately. The lady heard the noise and looked out the window. Something was brought to the estate. The horses headed straight for the garden. Charlotte couldn't see anything because everything was wrapped in cloth. Suddenly, Carlyle entered the room. The girl rushed into his arms. Carlyle was concerned that his lover spent a lot of time in the room. The man began to worry and came. The lady said that she was sad because her family had gone. The Duke suggested a walk. Charlotte asked about the carriages coming into the garden. Carlyle was mysteriously silent. The young people had many flower petals under their feet. When they reached the center of the garden, Charlotte saw an incredible amount of beautiful flowers. These are flowers that grow in the gardens of Lania. Carlyle brought here all kinds of flowers that grow in the beloved's homeland. An exciting moment has come. Carlyle got down on one knee and held out the box with the wedding ring to Charlotte. Herzog said that from this moment until the end of his life, he will try to make sure that Charlotte's path is always covered with flowers. Carlyle opened the box, which contained an incredibly beautiful engagement ring. The Duke proposed to marry him. The man asked to be allowed to walk hand in hand with his beloved along this path. Suddenly the boy, who heard everything, began to shout that Charlotte must marry her brother. Charlotte kissed her lover and said, "Yes." The lady inhaled the warm scent of flowers. The Duke put the engagement ring on the finger of the bride. Theo also placed his little pen on the adult's hands. Charlotte felt the warmth of the hands of two people she loves. It was the happiest day of Charlotte's life. The girl looked thoughtfully out the window. It was raining outside, but tomorrow should be clear. Charlotte finished her chores and she and Theo started talking sweetly. Charlotte knew Theo was afraid of rain, but the kid said that he is not afraid only when he is with his sister. Carlyle hugged his beloved and said that she tried very hard today. The lady was tired from the preparations for the wedding, so she immediately went to sleep. When Charlotte awoke in the morning, the Hainst family cemetery was gone. The girl could not believe her eyes. Edgar approached Carlyle and Charlotte. The man asked Carlyle how he was doing. Edgar also greeted his younger brother Theo. Everyone stood with their mouths wide open. The kid said that this is the brother from the picture. The man hurried to hug the baby. Edgar also greeted Charlotte and said that he was glad to meet her. Carlyle stood as though he had been dug in. Edgar thought that his brother was not happy. The Duke had tears in his eyes. Edgar said that Carlyle pretends it doesn't matter to him, but in reality he cares a lot about his parents and always looks out for him. Edgar said that he was very happy because his brother met such a good girl. The man asked to take care of Carlyle. Edgar sent the baby to his sister because he wanted to talk to his brother alone. Carlyle couldn't hold back his tears. He asked for forgiveness from his brother because it was he who should have been in his place. Edgar asked to forget the past, saying that his brother was not guilty of anything and he did not hold a grudge against him. The men hugged. Edgar wished Carlyle a happy life. The moment they smiled at each other, their eyes met and everything around turned white. The dream is over. Carlyle woke up with tears in his eyes. Charlotte, touchingly wiping her lover's tears, asked if her husband had dreamed of Edgar. It turned out that they both had the same dream. It was the happiest moment of Carlyle's life. And until recently, he didn't even know that he once had a brother. Carlyle was happy that the people he loved were with him today. Jake had tears of joy in his eyes. Isaac also cried. The mother looked at her sons in surprise because she had never suspected that they were so sensitive. It was announced that the bride would be leaving now. All guests were asked to look back. Charlotte, walking accompanied by her father, was very worried, but she was incredibly happy. Baby Theo exclaimed that Charlotte is just beautiful. The father wished his daughter happiness and said that he loves her very much. The saint wished that the path of the young would be filled with the blessings of the goddess. The ceremony was officially started. The saint who conducted the ceremony was saying something, but Charlotte did not hear anything. All the girl's attention was focused on the person standing in front of her. Let their path to this moment be filled with trials, but Charlotte was willing to go through it all again with joy, if only to be next to Carlyle and Theo. The saint, on behalf of the goddess, declared the newlyweds husband and wife. The bride and groom's lips merged in a passionate kiss. Spring came to them, which it seemed would never come. This spring will stay with them forever.